Well, welcome. Good evening. It is November 14th, and you're at the Laguna Beach Design Review Board meeting. Ms. Young, you want to take the roll call?
Sure. Board Member Coveney.
Here.
Board Member Gibbs.
Here.
Board Member Weil.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Here.
And Chair Gannon. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to lead us in the flag salute? Tom, how about you?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well, forgive me if I make a few mistakes. I'm a little rusty at this. And I'll go through just a few orders that we have for the procedure. So first, we'll have public communications, and that's any member of the public can address the board on items not agendized, but in the purview of the Design Review Board. Comments will be limited to a minimum of 3 minutes per speaker and a total of 15 minutes for all comments unless extended for good cause by the board. Number 2, the consent calendar. Any item that staff believes does not require a public hearing may be placed on the consent calendar as you see tonight. Any Design Review Board member or a member of the public may withdraw any item from the consent calendar by oral request prior to a vote on the consent calendar. The regular order of business on items on the agenda. Chair will introduce item, address, and DR number. Applicants will take their seats at the front desk. Ex parte disclosures are given by board members. Staff will present a summary presentation. The board will have questions of the staff. The public hearing would be declared open, and the applicant has 5 minutes to present. Members of the public have 3 minutes for comment. The applicant team has 3 minutes for rebuttal. Board questions will ensue to the applicant. The public hearing is then closed. There's board discussion and deliberation, a call for motion, and a second discussion of the motion, and a call for the vote. If any person residing within 300 feet of the project who disagrees with the board's action has 14 days to appeal the decision to City Council. So with that, we'll move into the agenda for tonight. Public communications. At this time, if there's any member of the public that wants to address the board on an item that is not on the agenda tonight, please step forward. Seeing none. Number 3, we have a question regarding any modification of the agenda order. So staff, are there any changes to the agenda order tonight? Okay, thanks. Number 4, the consent calendar. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on any of the following issues? 4.1 is the minutes for approval. 4.2 is 309 Hawthorne Road. 4.3 is 31526 Valito Road. And item 4.4 is 2840 Zell Drive. If any member of the public wants to speak on any of these issues or member of the board. No one on those 3 issues. Please step forward.
Who's that, Mike?
Right there.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Kartsonas, and I live at 2832 Zell Drive, next to 2840. We were told that it would not be addressed this evening, that there's going to be a continuance on the home, so a lot of the neighbors are not here. I did send all of my materials to Garrett Wank on time, so are we discussing this property tonight?
The only thing we discuss is the continuance itself. We're not discussing the project.
Okay, so I don't need to speak tonight.
You can, I would reserve your comments for when the hearing.
Thank you.
I think it's been continued to the
December
12th.
12th.
It has been
12th.
continued to the.
Well, we have to vote on
We
it.
have to vote. That's on the
Gotcha.
consent calendar.
Okay, that answers my question.
But
Thank
do
you
you-
so much.
But at this time, do you have an objection to the continuance?
I don't have an objection to
Okay,
the
thank you.
continuance. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Anyone else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar, or does any member of the board want to pull any of the 3 items that are on the consent calendar? 4 items, I should say.
Chair, I'll move the consent calendar 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 as proposed and recommended by staff.
Chair, I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Young?
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
So that means we approved it for consent 12.
Yes.
Unless you want to watch the show.
You're welcome to say. All right. So our first item of regular business, number 5.1381 Agate Street. And Daniel, are you here to give the staff report? And we have the applicant team.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Item 5.1 is for a project at 318 Agate Street. The project site is located at the corner of Agate Street and Catalina. The proposed project involves a new pool and spa, as well as a variance request to underground the watercourse and encroach into the 25-foot watercourse setback. The project was previously heard at the October 24th, 2024 Design Review Board meeting, and the board discussed the findings for the variance request and directed staff to prepare a resolution for approval. I also wanted to note that there was a previous approved landscape plan from May 13th, 2021. The project would not impede on the conditions of approval from that landscape plan, which involved hedge heights from the north and south property lines, Catalina Street, as well as the shared property line at 369 Agate Street. It is staff's recommendation to adopt the resolution and approve the project. That concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Before I go any further, ex parte communications on this project?
None.
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 None here. Right.
Wait, I exchanged one email with the applicant team.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're welcome to give your presentation.
I don't really have a presentation prepared since we kind of got through it last time and it was quite extensive. This time we came back primarily to deal with the landscaping questions and clarification that we were not modifying the landscaping to the detriment to the neighbors, and just to make sure that the previous condition of approval was carried forward. And I was trying to make note that that's already located on the current plan where we have the condition approval, and also a notation to say that no existing landscaping to be modified as part of this proposal. So I'm really here to answer questions more than anything.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board, any questions of staff or the applicant? Oh, I think we can have questions first and then we open up the public hearing. That's what my
Right.
order says.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to the chair.
Yeah.
Once again, if there's,
Okay, go
Actually,
ahead,
would you
go
like me
ahead.
to do it now?
Sure.
Yeah, I noticed it in the resolution, Daniel, that in addition to the obligation of the applicant to maintain the storm drain that goes through the property, it also provides or shall be the owners as well. It says the owner's expense will include, quote, future storm drain improvements to the subject storm drain. Does that include the portion that's just the portion on the applicant's property, not the collection basin off of the street above?
That would be correct. It's only for the portion of the drain on the property that you're approving today.
Okay, that's all.
Any other questions from the board of staff?
But I'm confused on that statement. But the pipe's underground coming up to right before the property line, right?
The pipe is underground at 369 Agate Street, and the pipe would start at the Catalina Street right away, and then it would continue and connect with that existing pipe. And the existing inlet would remain in that there's a inlet at 369 Agate. So there would still be a potential for water to drain into the pipe at that point, but
So,
Maybe the resolution needs to add some language that just states clearly where it says shall be the owner's expense associated with the project, shall be as well as future storm drain improvements to the subject storm drain located on applicant's property. I just don't want the applicant being obligated to, repair or add improvements to the portions of the storm drain that's not on the applicant's property, such as the catch basin up above.
yes, okay.
So Board Member Gibbs, are you asking for a change to the conditions of approval?
Yeah, just that language when we get to that point, because that's what I was confused by. And I think the fact that Board Member Weil also saw some ambiguity there. Let's just clear it up so that the applicant's obligation is very clear in this resolution.
Okay, Daniel, did you?
Yes, I can
Get all
add
that.
language to
Okay.
that point specifically for 381 Agate Street.
and this identifies that it's a private storm drain, not a city storm drain, correct? That was one of my questions from the last hearing, and I didn't think we got a definitive answer.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I thought it was abandoned.
Since they're obligated to maintain it, I'm not sure that it matters, but
Well, essentially, since the applicant is required to maintain it, and there's this condition for the applicant to maintain it and pay for future improvements if needed for this portion of the drainage, essentially it would seem that it is a private drainage course.
yeah, it's being put in by the applicant on private property unless there's a grant of the drain or to the city. I think it remains the applicant's property. I don't mean to speak out of turn, Patrick. Do you
No,
agree with
correct.
that? Okay.
Yeah, correct. So that is my understanding. And with all of the conditions, the city's not going to touch it. The city doesn't want to touch it. The applicant, it's going to be all yours.
Is that clear? Okay. No, that,
I'm
good call. All right, we'll declare the public hearing open. This is on the project 381 Agate, how do you say that? Agate or Got? Agate.
Agate.
Okay. I'm doing the Spanish version, I think. I'm making it Spanish. Any members of the public that want to speak on item 5.1? Seeing none. Board, do you have any questions of the applicant?
When you close the hearing, I have a motion.
Oh, okay. I don't think you have to have a motion to close the hearing, but no. It's
can I
okay.
make a motion?
Well, you can make a motion if there's any discussion and deliberation. See, I told you, I'm rusty at this.
Okay,
I'll
let
start
me-
with you, Tom. Why don't you go ahead?
I have no comments, but I'm ready to make a motion.
I have no comments.
Just a
Oh.
question and comment. I'm ready to support the project. So the landscape plan that you're referring to is the one that Daniel mentioned in May of, what year was that? May of
That was
20
2021.
21? So that's the landscape plan you were referring to.
Yes, and it
Okay.
basically shows existing to remain.
Great.
And
That was the only clarification I had. And I can support the project tonight with these changes.
And the one
And
condition in the
Tom's
file we'll have it updated so it's one clean document with the pool and everything going forward. Is that correct?
We'll make a motion with that additional
With that,
language.
yeah.
Yes, so there's the condition 20 that the final plan include the previously approved landscaping in combination with the proposed improvements and have that verified by city staff prior to issuance of building permit. So the condition would have to show up on those plans as well.
With that, and I am supportive of the project, and will reiterate the comments that I had earlier, that I'm supportive of the variance and find this neighborhood compatible. It meets the design review criteria for me. I think my challenge that I was stating last time was, the amount of approvals, admin approvals and adjustments to this site over a short period of time creates an element of piecemealing. And so I just wanted to make sure that our documentation was all cleaned up and in a row. Since we didn't have the resolution last time, it was appropriate to do a continuance to this hearing. But I do find the applicant is in the spirit of cleaning up all the documents, and I can be supportive of the project this evening.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I move that the board approve design review 24-1064 and variance 23-1388 for item 5.1381 Agate Street, and including the conditions set forth in the new resolution as to project-specific condition number 18 at the end of the first sentence, where it refers to the subject storm drain. Staff will add language to referring to the subject storm drain located within the applicant's property, located within the property lines of the applicant's property located at 381 Agate Street. So with
Thank you.
that modification in the resolution, that's my motion. Oh, and we have
Landscape.
well, the landscape's part of the conditions. There's nothing in here about, hold on a second. And that let me see, I didn't add a bunch of things. So water course, and moreover, the motion includes an encroachment onto the 25-foot water course setback and finding the project categorically exempt pursuant to California Environmental Qualities Act guidelines, section 15303, and as an alternative 15304.
All right, any discussion on the motion?
Second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Here.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
and Chair Pro Tem Bellman.
Slow down, Tom.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
congratulations. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 5.2, 806 Gainsborough Drive. And can we have ex parte communication?
I went to the site, met with Warren Hutchison, Steve Cortani, Matt Lawson, and the homeowner of 812.
Chair, I met with the applicant team, Warren Hutchinson and Steve Caratani. I met with Yosef Audi, Matt Lawson, and the resident at 812 Gainsborough, Mark Acosta.
And Mr. Weil?
Steve Cortani, Matt Lawson, and read the documents, and I've been to this site numerous times over the years.
Yes, did I. And I spoke with Mark Acosta, Steve Cortani, Matt Lawson, Warren Hutcherson, the applicant team. All right. Staff, would you like to present?
Good evening, board members. This is item number 5.2 for design review 24-2193, variance number 24-2192, and coastal development permit number 24-2194 for a new single-family dwelling at 806 Gainsborough Drive. The site is within the Diamond Crestview specific plan area and is currently vacant. As you can see, a mapped water course runs along the length of the north property line, and a water course encroachment variance is included as a part of this request, in addition to two other variance requests. Previous submittals for site development were made as early as 2012, with a concept review in 2014, and prior design review hearings conducted in 2016. In 2016, the board approved the project, a decision that was appealed by a former neighbor. After a city council meeting to consider the appeal in 2017, the project was remanded back to the board, and in 2021, the project was ultimately tabled. The current revised project is similar to the previous the proposed project. The new single-family dwelling is a 4-level structure, which includes an attached 2-car garage on the lowest level, residence across 3 levels, 3 elevated decks, and an elevator. The garage is set back 12.33 feet from the front property line, and the highest level of the structure is set back 27.71 feet from the rear property line. The proposed structure is set back 5.7 feet from the north property line and 4.75 feet from the south property line. As you can see on the north and south elevations, the project is stepped in with a topography consistent with the neighborhood development pattern. It meets the permitted height of 29 feet and is below the rear property line. Proposed project exterior materials and colors include silver gray plaster siding, dark gray standing seam metal roofing, gray ledger stone veneer, black cable deck railings, black frame windows and doors, horizontal stained wood shades above doors, and wood garage doors. The exterior colors, materials, and details have been selected to create a contemporary design with a rustic appearance. The project is also articulated through terracing and offsets, and a planter and green roof areas have been designed to soften the structure's appearance from street view. With the concurrently sought variances, which I will introduce next, the project is consistent with design review criteria, the general plan, Diamond Crest View specific plan, and other guidelines. The project includes 3 variance requests, the first being a watercourse encroachment variance. The watercourse center line runs through the adjacent property at 812 Gainsborough Drive, which received approval to encroach into the majority of the watercourse. The watercourse has been modified and altered with the construction of an underground pipe through the adjacent property. Based on previous hydrology reports for the subject property, no impacts to significant modified watercourse are anticipated. At prior hearings, board members indicated that they could make the findings for the watercourse encroachment variance. The project also requires variance approval to exceed the maximum 5-foot exposed retaining wall height. With the site's steep topography and the requirement of fire access around the property, it is unavoidable for the retaining walls to not exceed the maximum 5-foot exposed height. This feature is also consistent with neighborhood development patterns. As detailed in the staff report, the applicant is also requesting approval of a variance to not provide the required on-street public parking space. The parking space that was previously proposed has since been utilized by another member of the community. Staff was unable to identify potential alternate parking locations in close proximity. And due to the lot's narrow frontage, an on-site public parking cannot be provided as it would block access to the required covered parking and also encroach into the public right-of-way. Upon exhaustion of alternatives, staff has placed a condition of approval for a parking in lieu fee to be paid as required by the Diamond Crest View specific plan. As detailed in the staff report, findings for all respective variances can be made. The project is also in conformance with all applicable provisions of the Certified Local Coastal Program. Staff recommends that the board adopt resolution number 24-2193, approving design review 24-2193, variance 24-2192, and CDP 24-2194, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff has also received multiple correspondence, which has been made available to the board regarding traffic circulation, fire hazards, and privacy concerns. This concludes staff support, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Board, any questions of Mr. Khan? Staff?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I do. Do
Uh,
you want to go first?
Mr. Wow, what?
Mine might be a simpler one. So in your earlier statement of the history of the project going from design review approved to council, back to design review to council, and back to us, what hearing are we on? Are we on hearing number 1 again from a remand, or where are we at?
So from the remand, I believe we are on the first hearing. The item was continued twice before it was tabled back in 2021.
Mine was a similar question, Mr.
Right.
Wow. It's de novo, basically.
I believe so.
Well, so I got a couple questions. Why is there no conceptual review as required by the Diamond View, Crest View specific plan? Did you answer that? I mean,
Yes, so considering the siting and the design hasn't not significantly changed, staff believed it would be unnecessary to conduct another concept review hearing for this project.
okay. And then my second question is, just to confirm, there are stairways on both sides of the driveway. are both required by fire code or other code? And or can they dispense with one of the stairways?
Well, the stairway itself is not required, but fire access is required. Excuse me, due to the narrow frontage and the steep topography, and then in order to meet the required backup distance for the garage and the cars to back out of the garage, the design ended up that way. But I could also defer that question to the applicant.
Well, the reason I asked an applicant can address it too, if we can expand the entryway by elimination of one of the, particularly the stairway on the left, but I don't know if that's permissible by code. I talked to the applicant a little bit about it, but I'd like to hear from the city if city code requires the stairway on the left.
I think we can certainly, there's certainly room for some design changes to be made to the stairways. However, ultimately, it would be the the building official's sign off regarding the fire access plan.
It's a 3-foot stairway, so, okay, I'll wait to hear.
So, Mr. Gibb,
more.
maybe, yeah, let's wait and hear what the applicant has to say.
That's it.
Board member?
Yeah, I just had a
Tuppy?
quick question about two things. The parking in lieu of fee, I'm just curious, what is that exactly? Does that benefit? Is that just a penalty fee kind of thing, or?
So that, according to the Diamond Crestview specific plan document, upon exhaustion of all possibilities of a parking location, ultimately, the applicant will have to pay that in lieu fee as established by the city council. And it's essentially to fund future development of parking spaces in the neighborhood.
Correct, yeah, so
That's
it's definitely not a penalty. It's
Right.
rather the applicant has two choices. It can either physically construct it in the built world or pay the fee that was adopted by the city council in its fee resolution.
Okay.
Very
Can I ask on
common.
that same line?
Sure, and then
I got comments that fee was established back in like the 90s. Has that fee changed with cost of goods, cost of inflation, all those other things? Because given the history and just even recent costs, to have that choice of choosing a fee that was set in 1990 versus today's cost, I mean, it's a no-brainer choice, right? From an applicant standpoint.
I'm not sure how much the fee has changed over the years. However, this latest fee is reflected in the fee schedule adopted in 2022.
Right.
And
it's-
then, I'm sorry, I had one
Go
more
ahead.
question. I had asked you to check on what I call Lower Gainsborough. I think it's called something else. And can you just verify what your Public Works response was?
Yes, certainly. Sharing on the screen the location you are referring to. So staff coordinated with Public Works, which shared that these spaces were developed by the city in an effort to also provide some drainage along this cliff face. So it's terraced, the wall was broken up in order to do this project. And according to Public Works, they maximized the number of parking spaces they could provide at this location.
Real quick, where's the location we're looking at right now?
That's on the side street,
It's-
directly down.
Is that the one on the downside?
Right, on the
Okay.
downside, yeah. Any other questions, board, before we open the public hearing? All right, applicant, you have 5 minutes to present. Mr. Hutcherson.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm here with Andy and Molly, the owners of the property. I believe everyone knows what's going on with this project. Met and talked with everyone. Just for starters, we didn't choose that in lieu fee. The inventory is just simply gone. We looked. I did drive-bys up and down all through the neighborhood. There's nothing there. We'd much rather provide it. Tom, you had a question about the staircases. Yes, those are, so it's called a fire department hose pull and also firefighter access. Required, so the code, the fire code doesn't want the firefighters walking up and down steep hillsides. They want code compliant stairs. That means the rise and run has to meet building code, which it does. The minimum width is 3 feet, no overhangs to walk under. So That's why the two staircases. I prepared a few exhibits. There's one of them, Sherry. So I just wanted to touch on what some neighbors' concern and some board members' concern.
Okay.
Really, the main concern is parking. So what we ended up doing to mitigate the parking problem, we ended up pulling the entire structure back 5 feet. That allows for one city standard size parking space, which is 8 by 18 in the driveway, 100%. I did another exhibit that shows that two actual size cars could fit in the driveway. They're not city standard parking size, but two cars could fit. I tried changing stuff around, moving stuff. One suggestion or thought was, hey, can't you get rid of or move that one of those staircases? Well, so Sherry, if you could go back right there. So that in red is basically pulling the staircase back out of the parking area, out of the driveway, 16 feet to make way for another car. You can see what it does. It's underground by about 10 feet. Not only that, the stairs would be no longer compliant. They wouldn't get you up to the house until you're far into the backyard. By the way, by moving the house back 5 feet, it's still within the setbacks. No problem there. The board suggested moving the house. Two neighbors or three suggested moving the house. One to the right, to the left, thought we should move the house back just because all the other houses are moved back so that we're not a sore thumb sticking out. So what this does, I believe, is it appeases the neighbor, or should. It gets the parking space. One repercussion, I suppose, of moving the house is those site walls, of which there's already a variance for. They were at 7.5 feet. Those are at max height 10, about 10 now. So they're still the same walls, but because the grade, it moved back to grade, the walls had to come up. So that is totally neighbor compatible. I didn't do an exhibit on that, but if you look at the house next door, they're well over 10 feet. Sherry, okay, so that one right there, the red blocks show where so this is the house moved back. I did the original proposed windows in red to show where they were, and now you can see they've been moved back 5 feet. One concession we're willing to make is to make one of those windows, the upper tall rectangle, an opaque. One of those windows that you don't see anymore, you see it peeking there below that, call it the rightmost window. That one is now fully underground. It's going to be looking into a well that I plan on putting some water wall or a plant feature. And okay,
Sorry.
I'll finish up later. But essentially, I think so. One of the neighbors had a big problem with a car on the street. We realized that this now gets that car off the street. It appeases the neighbors, I believe. We modified some windows to the vacant lot on the left for his future possible development. We're also proposing a privacy screen on a deck facing the neighbor to the right for privacy. So,
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Warren. All right, we'll open up the public hearing. So if anybody would like to speak on item 5.2, 806 Gainsborough. Mr. Lawson.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been a while, and it's a pleasure to see your streamlined process, which is moving along quite efficiently. and that's a good thing, having spent a lot of wee hours here over many years. Matt Lawson, 10 Pacific Vista. This design ignores an essential long-standing requirement in the DCSP area to provide on-street or on-site public parking. And that's a kind of an unwelcome first since at least 2009, when an exemption expired for a handful of litigant lots. And for the record, we own one of those litigant lots, and we provided the off-street parking anyway. Instead, the applicant is seeking an unprecedented variance to avoid providing the required public parking needed to prevent illegally parked vehicles from compromising traffic circulation at a critical choke point. And you can see what that intersection looks like. I think all of you have been there. And this is where 5 pie-sliced uphill lots with substandard street frontage border a curvilinear switchback intersection at the current convergence of Upper Gainsborough Drive, Pacific Vista, and of course Lower Gainsborough Drive, which is the only route of ingress and access for about 34 existing homes and future home sites across really pretty much along all of Upper Gainsborough Drive and of course all of Pacific Vista. Now, Diamond Crestview is unique in that parking spaces built by owners, built by the applicants, as their lots are developed, provide the only legal parking anywhere in the neighborhood. Because if you're not parking in one of those marked spaces, you are parking illegally. And also, Diamond Crestview is the only neighborhood anywhere in Orange County at such risk of a combination of both fire and impaired access that this is the only place in Orange County that has LA-style ticket and tow further restrictions during red flag weather conditions. So, I mean, that's how dangerous this area is. The only difference between our town and, say, Paradise or Lahaina is basically a spark and a gust. That measure was adopted by council in 2014 with an agenda bill incorporating explicit public safety findings that, quote, the urban wildland interface area within the city of Laguna Beach contains narrow and winding roads that would make resident evacuation from these areas difficult, as well as hamper ingress and egress for fire and other emergency equipment, and that fire hazard conditions constitute an emergency, with adoption required for required preservation of public health, safety, and the general welfare. I don't know how you can make the public safety findings for a variance in keeping with those comments and those findings from the full city council a decade ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Anyone else to speak on 806 Gainsborough?
Yeah, hi. Lucas Heckma, 11 Pacific Vista. I'm not necessarily opposed to the project. My only concern is also about the parking. I'm also concerned about our safety and about road blockage by illegally parked cars, which happens a lot right now in our neighborhood. And it's not enforced. There's no enforcement. So the problem is parking is so limited that visitors often park illegally because there's no spots for them. And that's my understanding. That's why when you develop a property in this neighborhood, you're required to provide parking. Every new house increases demand for parking. That's the logic behind providing a parking spot. So I'm concerned about this variance. Now, maybe there is no inventory, like you say. Maybe there isn't any more spots available for off-site. I don't know. I'll take the city's word for that, maybe. But then, at the very least, I would expect an on-site parking spot to at least mitigate. It'll be private. Not everyone will use it, but at least visitors would be able to use it instead of parking illegally in a non-spot and blocking circulation. And that's what we've all done. I did a similar project 20 years ago, and all my neighbors, we either provided on-street parking as required, or for various reasons, we provided, if we couldn't do that, we provided on-site parking, private parking in front of our garages, so additional cars could park, and not counting the 2 required covered spaces, right? And if you look at the house right next door, they've done it. They have a parking space in front of their garage that they use all the time. So when I first saw the plans and I saw there was no such parking spot, I was concerned. Now, my understanding, based on what they said just now, is that they've pushed the house back, and now there is sufficient space for an on-site parking spot, which if I understand that correctly, then that's great. I appreciate that.
Great, thank you. Anyone else to speak? Welcome, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Arlene Hammond. I live at number 7 Pacific Vista. My concern is what has been expressed here, and that is safety. This is the only egress for all of us coming down from both streets into that one area. When we built, we all had to provide parking. It's tight. I never use it myself. Somebody else uses it. So it's the only parking that is there on those 2 streets is provided by we, the owners. So, but it's not for us to use. It's for other people that come in or other people working on another house, which happens again and again because there's still lots to be built upon. So I'm very concerned about this. If you come up there and you drive that area either up or down, you see how tight that corner is. It's just impossible without, now with a new house going up there, it's impossible if they don't provide parking. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else to speak on 806 Gainsborough? Please step up to the mic.
Good evening, Yusuf Audi, the owner of 796 Gainsborough on the left side, north side of the property. Our biggest concern is privacy. The large windows on the north facade will look directly into our house. The large elevated decks at each level wrap around to our side and are a privacy and noise concerns. All the other properties surrounding the project focus view outward to the front and not sideways toward other building. So, secondly, we have also concern shows on the plans, I believe, for the exterior lighting. I think the landscaping showing like uplight landscaping lights. I think it's not allowed and it looks like there is an excessive amount of lighting were used on the project. Lastly, we would like to address a little bit the material. I mean, we appreciate if the applicant can reconsider those material because it sounds like the stucco color looks like very white and also the roof color, it's very light. This is, of course, from the rendering. I'm not quite sure, so we appreciate if they can just revisit to make sure those compatible with the neighborhood. And I believe the last one, just like it wasn't clear about the parking, but I kind of from what's going on, I mean, kind of we heard about how this kind of became an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Sunny Tran. I'm at 4 Pacific Vista. My concerns, comments is again about parking and safety. I'm pretty new to the area, so I have a pretty fresh perspective of this, I think. And it's clearly a problem that we don't have enough parking. I see it. I see a lot of my neighbor have to go to a different part of the neighborhood to park because there's not enough parking. My kids come home to visit me once in a while and they can't find parking. They have to park far and walk to our house. So clearly it is a problem and the main issue is safety, like Matt and the others have mentioned, that if there's a fire, if there's a medical emergency, it would be very difficult to get in and out of the neighborhood. I think we don't necessarily are against any individual with the new development. Our main concern is just the safety for everybody in the neighborhood. I think if I were building another property, I would do the same, to think of not just me against the neighbors, but to try to do whatever that's safe for everybody in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments on 806 Gainsborough?
Hello, I'm Mark Acosta, 812 Gainsborough Drive. I have a couple of concerns. The very first one is I believe that this review meeting should be a concept review, not a design review, because of the length of time since the last meeting, and also the scope has significantly changed, and I would like us to include that in the record. On the next point, I would like to talk about on-site parking. The property at 806 is much like my property at 812 when you take a look at the size and the format. My property was required to have 2 on-site parkings, and I was able to accommodate that through a design that pushed the lot back, and I am able to provide 2 on-site parkings on my property. And I wish that and I see that the ability for my neighbor at 806 to provide that as well. I believe it should also be noted that 820 was required to provide 2 on-site parking. 796 was required to provide 3 parking. So all of those as well lots are required to have on-site parking. My lot was also required to have 2 off-site parking. On the design feedback, I think the design did a very good job in minimizing the design privacy impact to my lot. And I really appreciate that. And I think that the increased use of vegetation and shielding can mitigate many of my privacy concerns having to do with design. However, the siding of the house, pushing it all forward, presents some new concerns with privacy. And I think if the parking issue is resolved by private 2 on there, and the design pushed back into further in a lot like mine is, much of the privacy concerns could be resolved. I'm also really concerned about not having the off-site parking. If anybody's been in that area, it is very difficult to get around when on there. But overall, you know, I think the property has great potential of being a welcome addition to the neighborhood. I think they've done a great job in addressing privacy on my concerns. By doing the same thing I did on my lot and continuing that design philosophy and providing 2 on-site parking, I think it would be a very great addition to the property. And I'd like to thank Andy for being able to open communications, and nothing in here I've said I have not communicated him before, and I think vice versa. So I appreciate him, and I think he would be a welcome neighbor into the Diamond Crestview area. All right.
Mr. Costa, I have a quick question.
Yes.
What's the width of your driveway?
It has to be 16.4 at the minimum to provide 2 spaces in there. And I think that there is a total depth of over 22 feet.
Okay. Good for you.
Well, I think the front part of it is too narrow to provide the width, and then it went back to
So
it's actually, I think, much more than.
It angles out.
It angles out. So it is like, I think, over 25 feet from the front to the back. But by the time I get my 16.4 width to allow side-by-side parking, it's on the order of 18 to 20 feet.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Any other comments on Gainsborough, 806 Gainsborough? All right. The applicant team has 3 minutes.
Thank you. So it sounds to me like we've solved a lot of problems by providing the on-site parking. Believe me, if there was inventory, if there was parking spaces available, we would grab it. We would build it. We would construct it. It doesn't exist. So, for me, I think that solves that problem without a doubt. If you look back at Matt Lawson's exhibit or any of these exhibits, our lot frontage and the ability to have driveways is 12 feet, barely 12 feet. That's not enough room for 2 city standard dimensional parking spaces. It just isn't. It's a unique lot. It's smaller than all the rest. The frontage is smaller than all the rest. I'm glad to hear that, Mark, it sounds like we've solved his problems for privacy. When we designed the home, we took into consideration his windows. We're not didn't ask him to change his. That's not possible. Yusuf, who's on the left, he doesn't have a house. He's got the potential to have a house. I would expect his design would take our existing home into consideration as far as privacy goes. We are reducing some of the windows for him. We did pull up the house back, also to his benefit. And I think that's it. You see how the hose pole works. You see how the stairs are. They really can't be redesigned. The house cannot be pushed back any further because then we'll start to encroach on the rear yard setback. All costs aside, that's irrelevant. It's pushed back as far as it can go. So that's it. Thank you.
Board questions?
First, I wanted to ask you, are we allowed to speak?
MJ.
Yes.
Please go first.
Chair Pro Tem. Quick question. Are we allowed to ask the audience members or only the
Leave that to
applicant?
the city
I missed-
attorney.
That's okay. I don't have.
Sure, yeah. So you're allowed to ask the audience members. I would implore the audience members just to respond to your question and not continue to advocate or make any other
Got it.
different arguments.
I just have a couple of things just to get my head around this whole Diamond Crest view. Maybe we could have Matt come back up since you seem to be the historical figure of this group. Whether you like it or not. First, I have a quick question. Do they?
MJ, excuse me, but I am actually historic by the standards of Laguna Beach.
Oh, okay, fair.
If I want to get work done, I have to go to a Heritage Committee, then design review.
Still got to do it. Quick question. The Diamond Crestview specific plan, is there a leadership that kind of enforces those things, or is it sort of you just step up and do stuff?
No, in fact, there is no neighborhood association. There never has been. Obviously, the city has the responsibility to enforce the regulations and the rules around a specific plan. And to give you a sense of the hierarchy, as I understand it, and I'll defer to, if there's a gentleman here from BBK, obviously anybody with a bar card, since I don't have one, much to my parents' disappointment. The bottom line is that the hierarchy of land use regulation in California, as I understand it, is general plan, specific plan, citywide zoning code, and then the guidelines that fall out of that citywide zoning code. Diamond Crestview is somewhat unique in that it has a 110-page specific plan for 160 properties. And in fact, there are no such thing as design guidelines there because I believe under development standard L or possibly M, and I'll defer to Wendy on that, the specific language states that every single one of the items in Section 5, the so-called design guidelines, and also in Appendix A, the hillside guidelines, have to be incorporated and complied with by new construction.
Okay. And right. And then 2014, I think you said, is when they enforce the off-street public parking.
Correct. And this kind of intersects with what I learned in 12 years on the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, which I was a former colleague of Tom's. The fact is that Diamond Crestview is viewed as being almost kind of tip of the spear when it comes to, from the standpoint of fire risk. In fact, in September 2013, the fire department, then led by Fire Chief Latendrous, came to the city council, identified a whole bunch of interior canyons, and said these things are extremely dangerous because and cited Diamond Canyon as the fifth on that list, because he said, look, if a fire were to start, for example, in Diamond Canyon, it could jeopardize not only Diamond Crestview, but Arch Beach Heights and Woods Cove.
Okay.
And we would have probably multiple structures involved and perhaps civilian casualties before we could even get apparatus and firefighters on scene.
Okay.
As a result of that, he made the decision. I had nothing to do with it.
Sure.
It came to EDPC. I voted for it along with all of my colleagues to basically try what we called a red flag fire, basically fire safety parking restriction program. We had nothing like it anywhere in Orange County. The chief, Jim Burris from the police department, and I literally went up to LA, spent a day with their fire marshal driving around to see how this is enforced and how it was working in Los Angeles and Pasadena.
Okay.
We thought it was a good idea. It's worked well for the last 10 years.
Okay.
The standards of cover recommendation that the fire department has brought to council in June, in fact, recommended rolling that out to other neighborhoods because it's been so successful for 10 years. But clearly it rests upon a bedrock of findings that basically
That's
would
great.
make.
That's good. Got it. Got it. I think you're selling it really good. But I appreciate that. I think we're good. That's all I have for you, and I just have for city here.
If you need any history, ask me.
I know. My gosh, I was just encyclopedia. The scope has changed. I know Mr. Costa was thinking that it should be a review, and city is very clear that you didn't feel the scope had changed to have a concept review. I just want to reiterate that was your finding.
Yes, that is correct. In fact, there was an additional entitlement that was initially proposed, which was an REP for a planned turn walkway that was encroaching into the public right of way, which in this current design has been removed.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. And then as far as the off-street parking that's so limited up in this area, is it incumbent upon the city, Public Works, to find spaces when we're developing lots that have been sold as lots that can be built upon? Maybe that's for you, Mr. Donegan or Barrister? No? Okay. Here.
I'm not aware who would be in charge of that initiative. I would assume it would be Public Works would be involved in such an endeavor. But yeah, as from a planning standpoint, don't have an answer for that.
Okay. All right. And then Warren, if I can ask you about pushing back, you said, can you repeat what your driveway size is and what the city says it should be?
Do you mean a parking space or the
Yeah,
driveway?
in order to have two spaces on the parking pad itself. I know you have your two covered spaces, which are required, but now to maybe accommodate this off-street public issue, what do you have on your pad there? What's the size?
So what I'm showing now, or proposing,
Yeah.
is one 8'8" wide by 18. That's a standard city dimension parking spot.
For a single.
Yes.
Okay.
It's different for a parallel. That's 22 feet by 8, but one doesn't fit in the front of ours anyway. So I tried to fit 2 in there. It just doesn't work.
So, but this fits a full vehicle based on zoning requirements.
yes.
Okay. And then the stairway on the left that I think Tom had brought up, the one you had said is required, and you showed us your little amendment there. If you remove the lower section of those stairs to fan that out, does that offer you any additional?
There's no room. So so obviously the stairs have to start at grade at the lowest spot,
Oh, okay.
which is
All
the
right.
driveway.
You're right.
And it goes up from there. They're code compliant, only just, but they are code compliant.
Okay. And with this new proposal of the single space, compliant space on property, did your building size change at all?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, MJ. Mr. Gibbs.
All right. Pushing the house back. You have the rear setback is 19.67 feet, and you're proposing 27.71. So you have a little room there. You've taken up 5 feet of it by pushing it back. You didn't reduce the size of the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you have a little bit more room. What is it? Is it just more expensive, or is it not feasible to push the building back more than the 5 feet?
Well, so even if you push the building back another 5 feet, the driveway interface.
I'm just asking about the building. We'll get to that in deliberation, okay?
Okay.
I just want to know if, except for expense, to push it back an additional 5 feet, say to the rear setback, it's a matter of cost. There's no feasibility problems. It's just except cost. Is that right?
I'm not sure why you're asking that, because if you're asking that, if I may, if you're asking that because you're trying to see if I can fit another spot in there, the answer is no. So to push the
I'm
house
not asking
back,
for the reason.
oh,
Warren,
could
just
it be
answer my
pushed back?
question.
Yes, it could.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know,
Thank
if there
you.
was anything feasible. And I'll get to that in my deliberations.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weil. You can start with
I guess my
comments if you'd
question-
like.
My question was,
I have questions.
Warren, you
as
put the
well.
graphic up for the staircase.
Yes.
Now, I get that the code's changed and some of the older houses up in this area only had to have one staircase on a side. And now you have to have two, for the hose pole and the fire access. I mean, to me, when I'm looking at the program, it's like one of the sides staircase has to be pushed back to provide more access at the front of that lot. With the both staircases coming forward, I think it's hindering the ability to come in and out. So is it is that staircase that you're showing when you shove the house back, is that what you're planning to do?
No, that doesn't make any sense at all. What it does is it puts the stairs underground for them to reach each level and still be code compliant. What that graphic was showing was if I totally remove the staircase out of the way to be able to put two-dimensional car spaces, the stairs don't work. Remember, so it's firefighter access and hose pull. And the farther back you push the house, the worse the hose pull gets. What it is, it's a dimension from the street where a pumper sits, then 10 feet into the street. So that's part of your dimension. Then it has to go all the way around to the back and all the way back through code compliant, walkable, all-weather access, stairs, pathways, and so on that have to be building code.
I guess my question is I'm not following that train of thought of the staircase daylights at the property line.
Yes.
If the staircase hit the ground 5 feet or 10 feet back, so the width of the driveway was wider and flat.
But
why would that hurt the hose pole? I don't.
Well, I'm saying, when the thought anyway, that Tom had pushed the house farther back. So the more we push the house farther back, the longer the hose pole gets. I believe where you're going with this is to try to get rid of that staircase so I can fit two fully dimensional size parking spaces. Is that correct? I believe it is.
Well, not get rid of
That seems to be
it.
the goal.
It's not get rid of it. It's how can it be redesigned so it creates
Right.
better function for access instead of daylighting at the property line?
Hold on.
Louis, could we put up an elevation to talk about that? Because I think what you're driving at is whether that left side staircase can be pushed further back. And I see two landings that suggest that it can, so I might.
My
Can I
questions
tell
are
you
similar
about
to
those
that, Tom.
landings? Why they're there?
Sure.
So
Why don't we show A10 if you could put that
Yeah,
up?
go ahead.
Because there's two one little landing and one big landing that you don't need on that side. That means that you could push the stairway back and still have the correct dimension.
So what building code says is that an elevation change of 12 feet needs a landing, a minimum size landing. That in this case, it's a 3-foot landing, square. The idea there is if you're at the top and you start falling down, you can only fall 12 feet and then you stop on the landing. You can't, like in the old days, have just a staircase running all the way from the top all the way down. It has to be broken every 12 feet. That's what those landings are for. They're not just there for well, maybe they're there for resting as well, but they're there because that's, the code says they have to be there.
So I guess my question is, the only doorway that accesses that stairs from the top level.
So if you look again, maybe Sherry Artemay at that one.
Yeah. So
It was
I get that's what you're trying to catch up to, but could that door be relocated to the back and then
Well-
you pick up a couple stairs in the back of the property?
Okay.
Where that back of the property is not flat? I mean, there's creative ways that it could be done.
But I think maybe you're missing the picture of in order to fit two spaces there, which I believe is what you're looking for. I know that's what you're looking for. The entire staircase has to be out of the driveway. That means pushing the entire staircase 16 feet back to start at the face of the garage. If that happens, Sherry, if you could show that one again, I think it's the north elevation.
Are you referring to the exhibit you shared? or
Yes,
the plans?
the exhibit I showed with the red stair. It essentially it pushes the stairs underground.
All right. Well, I'm not trying to design it. I think the question's there and
But you are looking for two spaces in the driveway. I believe that.
Seems to be the goal here.
Yes, and the only way to do that would be to completely remove the stairs out of the driveway, and you can see what it does. You're walking down up a tunnel. I mean, seriously.
So
I mean,
Warren, can I? I'm sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead and finish.
But that tunnel is relatively neighborhood compatible in what you see in the other houses that are up there.
Yeah.
Mercy.
Warren, I sent a copy of another plan that showed sort of a V parking. Can you explain why that could not be done?
The
And
one
maybe,
I
don't
saw
know,
that you sent, I believe,
Is
was
somebody-
from a neighbor. It
It was
showed actually
previously.
tandem in the garage.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up so I can have it shared. I think Wendy, you might have it. Sorry. Anyway, you know which one I'm talking about. It's a B.
Yeah, I believe it was showing four
But it
tandem
finds it.
inside the garage.
Yeah, it's, hold on one second. Let me see. Yeah. Did you find it?
It's page 32 of the late public commentary received link or attachment. Sherry, can you get it or do you want me to?
Do you have?
If I could cite the Diamond Crest View specific, just one section from it, which has to do with parking, where if the inventory is exhausted and you cannot provide the public parking on street, you can provide it on site. And so what we are doing is we're providing a spot.
Not to code, but a spot.
No, it's fully to code.
For one parking space, right.
For
I
one car,
understand.
which is
I
all we're
understand.
required on the
Right.
street.
I
We are
understand.
putting it on site. Now, that's not a public spot, but it is a parking spot.
Correct. That's the variance.
Yeah, and so the variance still stands, the in lieu fee
That's
still
the one I was
stands.
looking for. Thank you, Wendy. Yeah.
So it doesn't get rid of the variance, but it does provide parking.
Okay, here's the graphic. So just a word on why this doesn't work.
Well, so I mean, could that work?
It
I
doesn't
don't
sh-
think
it's-
it takes into consideration the rest of the program. It's just throwing.
It's
double
all
squares
about
at it.
parking, right? It's all about parking.
Yeah, it's just throwing some rectangles there.
I just wanted you to comment on that.
Thank you. That's not feasible in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board? Last call. Who would like to start?
Let me start.
Go for it.
All right, let me focus on the parking and the variance issue. Yeah, from my time on EDPC, we've had a keen eye on Diamond Crestview. It is a huge problem, and unfortunately, this lot is at a critical choke point. I have done, let me get up the language of the staff report, or the Diamond Crestview specific plan, which is binding. Not only do you need to look at the language of it, but also the purpose of it, which is to deal with, as you add intensity of use to Diamond Crestview, in other words, another house which is going to have residents, visitors, and workmen, and mail, and the whole thing, you need to provide parking that will accommodate that. That's the purpose. It prefers public parking because that alleviates not only that, but another concern, which is the lack of public parking in that area. And it's not just for convenience, it's for life safety. If you look at the hills, even on your property, I mean, that's a fire screaming to happen there, which not only could burn down your house, but every other house up there. And if you can't get equipment up there, people could die. I mean, it's that critical because people are illegally parking, which is already a problem. So if you add intensity of use, you have you're compounding the need for parking in that area. Now, if you look at the other homes and the other homes we've reviewed, and I'm familiar with it from EDPC, they've required on-site or off-site parking, or were not available on-site. And even then, 2 parking places in addition to a garage with 2 parking places in it. That's the ideal. And that's really what is not only contemplated by the express language of the specific plan, but also the purpose and intent. So I am convinced, based upon my review, that there are no more public parking places available, which puts a real strain on further development within the Diamond Crestview area. So second, we're going to look for on-site public parking, which also is not available here, I am convinced. So the question becomes whether under the conditions for the variance, we can require an accommodation of maximal space on the property that could accommodate 2 cars or 1 car. It's easily 1 car. Warren, I appreciate you pushing the building back. You also sent me the site plan showing that you could get 2 cars in there. You know, they have to, ingress and egress at different times. They're not fully legal parking spaces. So from my point of view, you've got to maximize space for 2 cars on that driveway. Now, it fans out. It's conical. So the hard part is going in. And what you want to have in front of the 2 garages, enough space that you could, relatively easily accommodate 2 cars. For me to be able to make the findings for the variance, I've got to satisfy myself that you can accommodate 2 cars in that driving area if feasible. So you asked me what was my question about. I looked at what you provided, and we can make it part of the record. I don't know if you'd like, it's up to you. But I am not convinced that moving 5 feet back provides 2 spaces in the driveway to accommodate 2 cars. It's very tight. But it's conical, so the further you push the building back, it opens it up, much like 812. Now, while 812 doesn't have legal 2 spaces, but the entrance is wider, admittedly, it does open up to facilitate easily 2 cars parking there. You're tighter because you only have 12 feet, as much as I'd like to push those stairs back, and I'll get to that in a second. For me to make the findings, that building's got to go back further. And I think it has to go further to the maximum extent possible. And I asked you if it's feasible to push it 5 more feet back. That would significantly open up the space for 2 additional spaces. I'm not bound to that. If there's other reasons why it can't be pushed back to the rear property line, that's something that when you come back and think about this, because I'm talking about the stairs too. I'm also not convinced that the stairs can't be on the left side pushed back. And Warren, I know you're really good. I know you don't want to do it, and I can understand why. And I know you don't want to push the building back. But where I am, and I'd be interested to hear where my board members are, I want you to go back on this project, recognizing how critical getting 2 spaces as conveniently as possible on that site. I don't think it is now. Look to see what you can do to push those stairs back, even to make it, to open up the throat of the cone, and also pushing that house back to open up the space, making it essentially kind of a car courtyard. If it wasn't so critical, and if this wasn't Diamond Crest View, I wouldn't be feeling this way. But I can't support a variance without maximizing the space for the parking of 2 cars on site. With respect to the water course, I don't see any issues granting the variance there. I think the water course has really been supplanted by the underground piping on the adjoining property. With respect to the retaining wall, I'm willing to give you a lot of slack on the retaining wall to be able to get that parking to be, something that's convenient for the, safety of the neighborhood. And then on the privacy, it sounds to me like what you've proposed, and I think we have it in the record, resolves the problem that Mark Costa has. Also moving the building back will relieve that. So I think I find that the privacy issue on the Acosta side has been resolved. And then with respect to Mr. Audi, I don't see a building there. I think that it would be unfair to require modifications for privacy when we don't have a building before us and approved. I think that that's something that and also his property is a lot bigger, so I think he'll be able to address that. So I don't see any privacy issues there. Not crazy about the white front. I don't think that's in character, but I'd be interested to hear what it's a white front it's a white facade. You know what I'm talking about. Pardon me? White and stone, but the white doesn't seem in character with the neighborhood. But I'm not, I'd be interested to know whether any of the other board members have any concerns about that. So those are my comments.
Thank you. You want to go?
You can go, Arlo.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
go
I
last.
concur with Mr. Gibbs here. Water course variance, no problem. Retaining wall variance, no problem. And depending on where we land with your how far you're going to push the house back. Thank you for doing the 5 feet. I think that's great. I don't know if doing another 5 or doing anything is going to really make that much difference. I think your issue is, as he mentioned, is that cone. So to me, your opportunity is in these stairs. Figuring something out that the fire department will give you some blessings there. But I think you need to be able to fit 2 cars on that without having to stress out. I know you said, I think you could fit 2 now, but one is slightly extended onto the curve. And I think you said that, but I'm not 100% sure. Hearing's closed, can't talk. Never mind. Can't ask you, can't answer. Sorry, Warren. Yeah, so maybe you give us enough to at least get that tail out for, I guess you need the 18 feet to accommodate that. I don't know.
Yeah, just so it's clear on the
16 wide.
Just so it's clear on the record, what I said to MJ was by pushing the building back 5 feet, he gets the car off the street.
Yep. So I just feel like there's that you're almost there, and to give it in order to support the Diamond Crest View. Every effort has to have been made to, look at this. And I think we also, as a city, can circle back to Public Works and push them to see if there's something we missed. If they're getting these in lieu ofs, then they need to look at it and see if they can help the community out, especially if it's in such peril. Privacy, did not see any privacy issues. And again, to kind of echo Tom here, is Mr. Audi's building hasn't been built yet. I think that even you, by pushing it back, I think he's slightly ahead of, well, maybe he's even further back, but I feel like you're going to offset enough, and that's something we can address then. Just because you'll have big windows doesn't mean that we're going to eliminate all his. It's same thing with, I think, Mr. Costa. He has I could see his bathtub from the street. So it's like, I would not say, well, you get to keep your bathtub facing the street. I think we'd make him adjust with proper shading or greenery or something. So it doesn't mean just because it's there, we won't fix it down the road. And I think that was it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, MJ. Mr. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think there's a lot of things headed in the right direction for this project. I mean, it sounds like we're trying to get to compromises by moving the property back, and that seems to be encouraged. For me, the staircase with both of them daylighting close to the property line, that's challenging. I think architecturally, it's not a great look. And so I think you got to try to figure out how one of the staircases gets either a ladder or some other accommodation that can work for the fire department, or rework the stairs so it's more balanced. Because opening up that access point, the ingress and egress to the property, I think is a crucial thing. I'm not saying it's got to go all the way back to the house. I'm just saying there's probably somewhere happy between 6 and 8 feet that staircase needs to be pushed back. And it'll give enough, space. The off-street parking spot, it's challenging. We've heard it on a couple of other sites too, that there's not much left up there to be reasonably built. I do think it could be worth looking for other public benefits that could be maybe incorporated instead of an in lieu fee. But parking in lieu fee could be acceptable if it really is if the options really are exhausted. I agree with my colleagues on the other comments with the variances. The retaining walls, there's big, thick retaining walls up in Diamond Crest View. It's not out of character, and by not granting it, it would, refuse you guys a right of enjoyment to the property. So I'm supportive of kind of, if we push it back, the walls get bigger, the grading happens. Like, I understand that's kind of part of the development. But I do want to see it redrawn. I may not need to see it restaked, because basically it's backing up into a hill and it's not going to be any more obtrusive than it is now. So I just want to see it like organized up and be able to give you guys a full clean support, because I think we're really close.
Okay, well, I think you can see where this is going. I have a different take on some of this. First of all, it's a really difficult project. And with regard to the parking variance, I just want to read that paragraph that talks about, which I think you tried to comply with the section, which it says, states that upon the development of a building site, one on-street public parking space shall be provided. The development standard further adds that if the provision upon street parking is found to be infeasible, which is what you're saying tonight, an equivalent parking space shall be provided on site, which you provided tonight on site, which was my concern. My concern was the car was butting out into the right-of-way previously. With the pushback of 5 feet, that's been remedied. Only upon exhaustion of all possible alternatives to provide a parking space either on street or on site, and with the approval of a variance, an in lieu fee as established by the city council shall be paid. So I just wanted to read that section because I think it's important to understand the constraints of this lot. I had the same concerns about the stairway. I thought there's got to be a way to use that setback or that right-of-way. And we have two public safety issues, access and fire. fire access as well. So, which one do you give up? And that's a challenge here that I can't even begin to come up with the resolve for that, other than the V parking space, which does not work. It's a small footprint, and what is it? The total square footage is less than 2,500 square feet, I believe. I think that at first I didn't think I could support the parking variance, but based on all of the evidence you provided, it sounds like it meets the intent of the municipal code. So again, this is a tough call because I'm a public safety person. Public safety always comes first. It's always very important. So this is a real challenge. But it appears to me that there's still some loose strings to be tied up and repackaged. And with that, I guess
Chair, can I make
I'll entertain a motion, or if somebody wants to
one quick comment,
offer
just so it's clear, 'cause
continuance.
you correctly read the variance language, but the findings we have to make, including finding 3 and 4, which the variance will not be detrimental to public health, safety, and conventional welfare. That's what, I'm personally relying on the finding I was talking about, which requires a larger parking area. So just so it's clear.
I understand. And I think, one aspect here, as far as a solution, would be if the city bought a parcel in the Diamond Crestview and added a parking lot for these people. That's the only other thing I can think of that would resolve this issue.
I like that.
So, from there, I'll poll the board here if we think that this is something, and anybody wants to offer a motion, or I'll offer a motion, and we can vote, or if you believe there's a continuance here in the works.
Yeah, let me, because I feel this wrong. I move that we continue
We have a 2-2.
this to earliest available, hearing convenient for the applicant. And I think we've
Well,
all
let me just say one thing before you finish, that with a short board, if there is a 2-2 split, it's a no.
I understand.
And you don't want to.
So, and this is my feeling, that he's heard our comments, but the two focuses that I hear are, one, deal with the stairs, see if you can do something to improve. And secondly, at least I think there's some thought, and certainly from me, moving the building back to create a bigger car courtyard there. I think the message is, go back, Warren, really think this through, come up with something that provides I think 2 board members thought it was close. I think it's a little bit further. Let the other board members speak for themselves. But we need you've heard all the neighbors, you've heard the reasons. Make it, improve the safety, the parking issue in front. Do the best you can, and I know you will. And then come back, and then we can revisit it. And at that time, maybe, it'll be a vote, yes or no. That makes sense? So we continue it?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion first.
Okay. I move that we continue design, item 5.2 for 806 Gainsborough Drive to the next hearing. I guess it's going to be December 12th. Yeah, can you do it? Or when would you like the?
Next available. One question.
Yeah.
Louis, you mentioned the not needing to stake. I completely to restake.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It would not need to be restaked.
Thank you.
Pull the board for that.
Yeah.
I would recommend a meeting in January just to allow time to revise plans and resubmit for staff's
Can you give me
review.
a date then for that?
Well, I can make the
Decent
next
option.
available, but if staff needs more time, I understand.
Yeah,
I think December's already full.
December's pretty, yeah.
Yeah, we just have one meeting in December.
When's the first one? In
There are, the first meeting in January is January 9th, and also January 23rd. Submittal would be due for January 9th by November 20th, which is in 6 days, or December 4th for the January 23rd hearing.
Warren, which one?
Probably the 23rd would be better.
And I would just ask for clarification whether a restaking would be needed for that.
Right, and I'll
I
make
think we
clear.
can do a straw vote. I think no for
I don't think-
myself.
Right, I don't think it's necessary. I have no problem with,
It's not a view issue and
No,
privacy.
reduction.
Even as.
Oh,
alluded
this
by-
is on the staking?
Yeah, the
Oh,
staking.
yeah, I'll make that part of my motion.
Even from the
staking,
neighbors,
not-
pushing it further into the hill makes privacy more beneficial. So I
Yeah,
think
no,
we're
no,
all
I-
on the same page on where it sits on the lot. We just need to see the drawings.
That's
okay,
unanimous.
Mr.
so-
Gibb, could you restate the motion?
Yeah, let me see,
Just
now
for
that I got a date.
clarification.
So I move that item 5.2 for 806 Gainsborough Drive be continued to our meeting on January 23, 2025, and that there be no need to restake the project in light of the discussion we've had there. It would serve no purpose. The changes we've requested would only make it less intrusive for all the neighbors. Therefore, no staking would be required.
Second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
and Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to the January 23rd, 2025 hearing. Submittals would be due December 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Good night.
thank you. All right. Next item. Item 5.3, 547 Alta Vista Way. We can have the applicant team and staff. Let's get through this one and then. All right, welcome. Heather,
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Thalman and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.3 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and a revocable encroachment permit for 547 Alta Vista Way. The project was continued from the September 26th hearing to reinstall and recertify the project staking. The project site fronts on Alta Vista Way in the R1 zone. The neighborhood consists of single-family development with 2-story and 3-story dwellings. The 8,872 square foot lot slopes downward from Alta Vista Way and is developed with a 1,978 square foot single-family dwelling and an attached 449 square foot 2-car garage, which would be demolished. Next slide. The applicant proposes a new 4,885 square foot, 3-story, single-family dwelling with an attached 620 square foot, 3-car garage, 2,252 square feet of elevated decks, grading, new vehicular access, a pool, spa, and water feature, and landscaping. The attached 3-car garage will be accessed from a new driveway at the northern side of the property, and on-site turnaround will be provided. Design review is required for the new single-family dwelling, the 3rd covered parking space, elevated decks, the vehicular access, pool, spa, landscaping, and the revocable encroachment permit. Next slide. Staff believes, I know, it's fine, there's always a delay. So staff believes that the project meets a majority of the residential design criteria. However, staff recommends the board determine compliance with 4 of the criteria as follows. First is design articulation. The structure is designed with a 1-story appearance from the street with a smaller upper level element on the left or south side. The wall of the front elevation of the home is a continuous surface of over 40 feet in length and up to 18 feet high. To address the articulation and massing, the architect did add 6 8-inch wide windows to the left side of the elevation. Next slide. The sides and rear of the structure feature offsetting planes and terracing, which provide reduced appearance of mass. Residential guidelines encourage the use of design techniques, including separation, offsets, and terracing to reduce the perceived mass of structures. Staff again recommends that the board determine whether this proposed design at the front elevation meets the articulation criterion. Next slide. Next is privacy. The residential guidelines recommend that outdoor living spaces should be placed so as not to reduce the visual and acoustic privacy of nearby homes. While the project has been designed to meet all setback requirements, potential privacy impacts may exist from the use of the proposed outdoor decks on the second and third levels, and also from the swimming pool along the rear or south elevation. Staff has not received any comments from neighbors regarding privacy concerns. However, it's recommended that the board determine whether the proposed design does meet the privacy criterion. As mentioned, a swimming pool is proposed. A glass-sided pool and spa are proposed at the mid-level of the structure and will be cantilevered over a lower deck or patio. The pool equipment will be secured in a vault within the existing building footprint. Staff recommends to determine whether the location of the pool and spa are compatible with neighboring properties as required by the design review criterion. Lastly is view equity. To minimize view impacts from neighboring properties, the lower levels of the structure will be built into the existing slope. Stepping of the roof height to follow the topography, utilizing flat roofs, and limiting the third level addition to the southern portion of the structure. A total of 1,135 square feet of upper level elevated decks will extend to the north and west of the main bedroom area on the uppermost level. Staff did receive letters from 2 neighbors expressing concerns regarding the project, including one expressing view equity concerns. It is recommended that the board determine whether the proposed project meets the view equity criterion. Next slide. A revocable encroachment permit is requested for a retaining wall, guardrails, steps, and lighting in the public right-of-way. Next slide. If the design review board determines that the project is consistent with all residential design criteria, then it's recommended that the board adopt Resolution 23-1452, approving design review 23-1452, coastal development permit 23-1453, and revocable encroachment permit 23-1454, and finding this said action exempt from CEQA. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available if there's any questions.
Heather, excellent staff report. I just want to mention that it was a wonderful staff report. Before we open the public hearing, I'll take ex parte communications.
Met with Horst and spoke with Steve Quartani and walked around the other sides.
I met with Horst and Steve. I also met with David Albanue. I hope I pronounced that correct. Chris O'Donnell, Joni Rooney. And that's it.
And I also met with Horst and Steve, David Albanue, and the O'Donnells and the Ronnies.
And I met with the applicant team, Horst and Steve Quartani, and the neighbors, David and Chris O'Donnell, this afternoon. Mr. Horst, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and city staff. Heather, thank you so much for that, very thorough and very well detailed staff report. Thank you, board members, for meeting us at the site, and thank you, the neighbors who are here this evening, for joining us at the neighborhood meeting. This process is about community building, and we welcome feedback from people from different perspectives. So we started this project a long time ago, a couple of years ago, and I think it was kind of toward the end of the pandemic. Extraordinary site, one of the larger sites in this part of the community. We looked at the pattern of development. We in our office, we design modern houses that usually are centered around courtyards, and I think this house is a good example of that. It's essentially an L-shaped house that's centered around a courtyard that has a pool. The other thing that we looked at is views, and we looked at pattern of development, and we found that most of the properties, the existing house that's on the site Maybe we can go to that image, please. That'd be the second image after this one. Yeah, so the existing house on the site was built in the 1960s. It's remained, pretty much unchanged since then, while the community or the neighborhood has sort of evolved into, as was alluded to in the staff report, basically 3-story houses. We looked at the natural topography, and in terms of organizing the building mass on the site, we organized, well, the lot has 120 feet of street frontage. And when you look at the stakes, about 3/4 of the length of our structure is even less than single story. 3/4 of our structure, as seen from the street, is 10 feet below the height limit. And then we organized the upper level. Let's go to the next slide, please. The master bedroom on the upper portion of the property. The other thing that we tried to do, and I think this image demonstrates it, is it's very dangerous on such a narrow street with cars moving so quickly to get in and out of garages. So we saw an opportunity on this larger property to create a driveway which descends from Alta Vista parallel to the existing driveway that serves a couple properties further downhill. So you can see this is our 3-car garage. We come down from Alta Vista into an auto court. So as people are leaving the house, they can back out and they can go forward onto Alta Vista. And also in this picture, you can see how the building masses resonate with the natural topography of the site as required by the hillside design guidelines. The house kind of grows up with the natural topography, and ultimately becomes the master bedroom at the upper level, which is just only master bedroom. The middle level is mostly communal space, kitchen, dining, family. And then the lower level is the 3-car garage and 3 bedrooms, and those bedrooms are excavated into the site to further set the building into the hill and to be mindful of potential view impacts to the neighbors up above. Next slide, please. Let's go to the next one. I think covered this one. This image just sort of demonstrates, it shows the property outlined in yellow, and it sort of demonstrates the pattern of development. You can see houses very compact, built to the side yard setbacks, typically 3 stories on the ocean facing size. And you can see the size of our property and how much more expansive it is. Next slide, please. This is the front elevation. The baseline in black is the street. So you can see from above the street, I would say probably 3/4 or 4/5 of our structure is less than 1 story from the street. And then it's only the master bedroom on the left that is touching the maximum building height. The rest of the structure is 10 feet below the maximum building height. I think that's extraordinary for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Horst. Any questions, Board of Staff, for the applicant? MJ.
Okay. Hi. Thanks.
Hello.
Thanks for this. This looks great. It's beautiful. But the retaining wall that's existing, is that where you're putting your retaining wall, or is it behind? Is it back behind that?
Yeah, no. Any retaining walls that are currently, pretty much everything's going.
So what
Yeah.
happens to the sidewalk? It appears that there's a slight sidewalk there. What's our responsibility, and maybe staff has some point of view on that too, of making sure that we have a safety sidewalk there?
Okay, I'll have to look at the plans to see. It's been a little while, just to see quickly if we do have a sidewalk.
Okay.
Or maybe Heather could answer. Yeah.
It's pretty, looks like there's something bigger than a curb, but maybe it's just a healthy curb. But if you put up that first picture, or someone had a picture of the actual original house that's there, and maybe it's just the way I've seen it. So it's not, yeah, it's not a traditional sidewalk. Is there any requirement?
It's just a.
Maybe Wendy has the original.
Yeah, I do not see a sidewalk, being proposed. There is about 8 feet of right-of-way from the front property line to the edge of the street. And what we're doing, what we're proposing with that area is landscaping. We are not currently proposing a sidewalk. We would certainly consider that if that was the board's direction.
There. So
I
that's
guess-
just a big curb.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
where, like
It's
the
part of the driveway,
547,
the
that-
existing driveway.
Okay.
I don't know. It looks like it's.
It would be my question, because it is unique that there's a lot this big and this wide on Alta Vista. So most homes on Alta Vista can barely just get their minimum car parking done, right?
Yes.
And who's still on?
Oh, that would be me.
My question would be like, if there is 8 feet, are there any improvements to the road that Public Works determined? Like, I mean, it's a tight hairpin turn that you're about to enter into as you're going up. But would there be an off-street parking required with a lot this big with frontage?
An off-street parking space is not required because it does have complete curb and gutter in that location, and the Public Works is not requesting any widening or improvements in front of this property.
It does look like we have 2 off-street parking spaces in the, within that right-of-way area. Maybe reading.
Which those are probably the worst 2 parking spots in all of Laguna Beach.
Yeah, you'll be hit. Oh, there.
Yeah, there are 2 off-street parking spaces in the upper portion of the property. Each of those are 22 feet wide, and they extend, from the edge of existing street paving, in the right-of-way area.
Good question.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's all.
Tom?
Yeah, if you could pull up A 3.1, that's the front elevation. I just want to get a feel for how much of this wall you can see from the street. You showed me one elevation, but let me show you, if you can get A 3.1 up there. It's in the elevation exhibit. It's one of 2. It's helpful because it can talk about how we can articulate the, alleviate the wall effect from the street and how much we need to do that.
Yeah.
If I could-
Excuse me, Tom, did you want me to show you that elevation, or is Heather going to pull that up?
Either way, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
This is the elevation that came as page 1 of the, okay, there it is. So, yeah, the one I have is colored, but this works.
Yeah.
Now this shows quite a bit of wall there. So
Yeah,
we
the
have a
thing
couple-
about this elevation that we're looking at now, different from the previous one, is this shows the existing grade against the wall, but the street's much higher than this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you showed another slide that showed the street
Yeah.
view, which
Can we go
shows,
to can we go back to that one just for a sec?
yeah, why don't we go back to that one?
Thank you.
So the question I have when that goes up is, where are the windows you talked about? That's point 1.
Yeah, I think
And-
it's maybe one image after this one, please.
Yeah. Yeah,
There
there
it
we go.
is. Yeah.
So where are the windows you talked about first?
So right to the left, Tom, of where it says Alta Vista Way, we added these sort of vertical slot windows. What we were trying to do is, as I'm sure you've all noticed, there's a lot of cars coming very quickly down that street. We wanted to create an elevation that was, for the most part, solid and would sort of, create some, separation between, like the inner sanctum of the house and all these cars coming down Alta Vista. There was some concerns that expressed by staff about the length of the wall. And so we added some windows that would kind of, in some ways kind of like reciprocate the,
And those are I
Yeah.
understand all that. So those are to the left of the A?
correct. Yeah, you
What are
don't
those
see
win-
much of them here from the street,
So
but
you would not really see them from the street. So what you're
Correct.
seeing is the wall starting with the A going to the left.
yeah.
Are you softening that with any landscaping?
Yeah, that's a great question. If we can go back a couple images, there's a really large landscape area. There you can see it. So we created kind of a terrace. There's a series of stairs that come down from Alta Vista for which we're asking for the revocable
That's okay.
encroachment
So
permit.
because you're kind of hitting my question. So this is where the landscaping is going to go to soften the wall from the street, right?
Yeah, and
What
yes.
kind of landscaping are you putting there? Are you going to put trees
I'd
that
have to
cover
ch-
the wall?
Yeah, they're small like Palo Verde trees that don't, the ones you see in the desert. There's a few here in Laguna. They don't get really big.
How tall?
Well, they get like 6 to 8 feet, I would say. Steve, do you think? A little bigger.
There's a slide with the the landscaping.
Yeah.
I
My
would
last
like
slide was a
landscaping
landscape plan.
there that, softens the wall almost to
Yeah.
the top.
Yeah, one thing about the wall too, I should say, is it's a board formed concrete wall, so it has like an earthy aspect to it, and because it's board formed, the boards are going to be, create a little bit of a texture to the wall. But we could certainly do that.
Okay.
Any other questions, board, before we open it up to public communications? All right. We're taking public communications on 547 Alta Vista Way. Please come up to the microphone if you'd like to speak. No one wants to speak? Oh, here we go. How many speakers are there for this project? Could raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Chris O'Donnell, and I live at 550 Alta Vista Way. I've owned the property and lived in it for 26 years. 547 Alta Vista Way is directly between my house and my current coastline ocean view, and I have a problem with my view being damaged. LBMC 25.05 by 040 says each property owner may seek to maximize the view opportunities, but these opportunities must be balanced with the rights of the already existing neighborhood. 25.05 also defines type of view, talks about the quality of the view is more important than the quantity of the view, and private views are the most guarded, and I have a private view. 25.05 view equity, which Mr. Hort states in this letter that I'm sure you've all received. And it says the evaluation criteria for consideration of view equity: the vantage point of the view, the extent of the obstruction, the quality of the view, including the existence of landmarks or other unique view features, and/or the extent to which these views are blocked by the proposed design. And his design does block my view. In this letter, he addresses view equity. He acknowledges that there will be both minor impact to existing view and some minor loss of view. This is his opinion to convince you to approve his design without variances or discretionary changes. I do not agree. Some of you have visited my home when inside the living room or sitting on the deck. The proposed design eliminates my coastal view. Mr. Knoppenberger and Mr. Abdi have both viewed what you viewed, and they've seen the objection that I have to this project. They did it several months ago. I shared with them my concerns, and these concerns have been ignored. Mr. Abdi has every right to build a home on his property. I'm willing to accept the noise, the increased traffic, the parking issues, and I'll cooperate with all of these inconveniences. You board members are like fellow citizens. You're our family. We're entrusting you to protect our views and that we so dearly love. Please consider eliminating the proposed master suite, which is the only element on the upper level. This change would preserve much of my coastline view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Next speaker. If you can kind of gather around in this area so we can expedite the commentary. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Cassimi. I own the property at 559 Alta Vista to the right of it. And good to see you all. The master suite completely takes the view away from me, my house. It's completely gone. And I oppose it 100%. We had discussed this on our last meeting that he would change the design and nothing was done. It's actually got worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cassini.
Hi, my name's John Roney. Sorry I missed you all for your visits yesterday, but I think you got to see the view. I'm less impacted by those previous, but there is impact to our view. I think that when this property was restaked, I would almost bet that the staking put this property or the proposal at a higher level, but I don't have proof of that. The other thing that I want to put out there is that it's that master bedroom suite is the biggest cause of the consternation for everybody. Now, I put out a proposal to the architect before to put that master suite on the downhill side of the street so that it would mitigate that problem. And I don't see why that can't be done. Another thing is, why not excavate on the property to lower the footprint and the heights, which would eliminate the problem as well. Obviously, there's more expense to doing that, but it would alleviate the problem in the neighborhood. So there are solutions, I think, to the problem to have the exact same house built, but with a little bit different approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm David Albanu, and I live at 561 Alta Vista Way. And as John Ronnie said, and Chris, we had a street meeting, and it was presented to us on July 22nd, 2023. It was presented to us the plans and what the owner and the architect intended to build over there. And by the staking, we were, well, at least all my close neighbors were opposed to it. And even the architect and the owner came in my house, saw the impact, and they said, what would be the point where you would accept it? And I showed them the roof on a behind house. And I said, if you get close to that, not necessarily even with that, but close to that, I'll approve it. And said, okay, we'll see what we can do, we'll work on it and come back to you. So that was July 22nd, 2023. When the staking was done, as other people mentioned, I don't know what happened with how the first staking was done or the second, but it seemed a lot larger than the first one to me. And people that had no impact, they mentioned to me, and some of them are even when I talk, it seemed like it went down from the promise that they're going to work on the project and lower that bedroom. It seemed like they made it bigger. So I opposed, the project, especially because of that top bedroom. And if they switch and do the higher part of the house down the hill, they get the same view, but at least it would not be impacting because it's going down, impacting the neighbors as much as it is proposed right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is John Stenger. I'm at 571 Alta Vista Way. I share the concerns of my neighbors here, mostly about the view, because the Laguna is all about the views, and I really do, I take their issues to heart. The other thing I'm concerned about too is when we did the street review, there was a big turnout for the street review. And most of the people that were there were very, very concerned about the height and looking at the staking and all that. And Horst did mention, you know, we'll take it into considerations and we will make some changes. But looking at the staking now, I agree with what they've said. It looks like it's a much bigger house and it's much closer to Mark's house than it was before. So I really would like to get your guys' opinion or have you review the dimensions, the staking and so forth, as well as maybe consider, could the house be cut a little bit deeper into the hillside to bring it down a little bit so that people's view would not be as impacted as much as it is right now. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers on this project? Please step up to the podium.
My name is Kathleen Kelly Smith, and I live at 554 Alta Vista Way. And yes, the master bedroom suite is the big concern of the problem. It obstructs my coastline view. I have a coastline view, an ocean view, and a beautiful city view. And I've lived there almost 30 years. And I did my homework, and it's the house I wanted. And this is the first, the coastline, the master bedroom is just too big. And I really don't want it moved to the right side of the property because that would be really right in front of my house, the back of my house. So that's the big concern that I have.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers on this project? All right, Horst, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Heather, can we go to the section? We haven't looked at that yet. It should be just a couple images into the deck there. Oh, it's in the presentation. There's a building section that's actually cut down the hill. Should be a little bit further in. That one right there. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say that I do appreciate what the neighbors have expressed this evening. If I lived in that neighborhood, I would have the same concerns. It's always going to be a challenge when you've got a house that was built in 1960, built pretty much below the level of the street. And, that house has remained, as I said earlier, pretty much unchanged over the years as the neighborhood has evolved and the pattern of development has, evolved as it has, mostly 3-story houses, side yard setback to side yard setback. This section is cut right through the middle of the structure, and the area in yellow is the area that we're excavating. So one of the neighbors mentioned that we could excavate to get the house to sit lower on the hill, and that's exactly what we're doing. The lower level is almost completely subterranean. It daylights out at the bottom of the property. Even the mid-level is slightly excavated. Once again, the approach was, view equity is very important. As you look at the 120 foot of street frontage, about 75% of our house is less than single story above the street. The pattern of development is such that most of those houses are 3 stories on the downhill side and 2 stories on the street elevation. And, we're not doing that. We're mindful that we're taking a house that was built in 1960 and we're developing the property, but we're trying to be very respectful. The master bedroom, I could have run the master bedroom north to south, as some of the neighbors have been suggesting, but we ran the master bedroom east to west to minimize the view impact for the neighbors who live above the property. And I do acknowledge, in having done that, it's much more impacting to Mark Gissemi's property, and there's certainly, work to be done there. When I met with the neighbors, we listened to their concerns, and I did, as the neighbor said, I did say that we will take your concerns into consideration. But that was more than a year ago. We had already been in zoning plan check for 2 years. And, we were reluctant at that time, to make further changes to the project, to throw it back into zoning for another year or two. So it was a real problem, at the time. And, maybe I should have communicated that better to the neighbors, but that's actually what happened.
Thank you, Horst.
Thank you.
Any questions of staff or the applicant? Questions?
Actually, I don't think I have any.
I have a couple of questions. I'll start. The staking was brought up, Horst, and I was wondering if there was a different plan submitted with a different certified staking plan. Why was there a feeling that it was higher?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that question. I can absolutely tell you with no level of uncertainty that the plans and the design that we shared with the neighbors at the neighborhood meeting is exactly the same design that we have today. There were no changes made. The project was staked shortly. It was staked for the neighborhood meeting. Everybody saw the stakes and the ribbons. And then and that was in July of 2023. It took us, 15 months, to get to this point. And during that time, there was inclement weather. Some of the stakes came down, ribbons came down, but they were put up exactly where they were before.
According to the certified plan? then, I'm
Absolutely.
assuming.
There was no changes made to the project.
As far as the wall, I think I had talked to you a little bit about the option of, what is it, 40 feet, even though it looks like it's on the street side. Is that the wall that we're talking
Yeah,
about?
that is the wall. And, and it's a point well taken. What I was shooting for was something sculptural and, minimal, and that would kind of, be almost, like sort of would root the house into the site and would, present this sort of wall that you would be driving along, and there would be a series of windows but I've, got some comments from the board, and I think the wall does need to be broken up. Maybe there's a more, rhythmic, variation, maybe offset planes.
I was thinking different materials, or a mix of materials.
Different
perhaps,
materials.
the
I want the house to be really minimal and have like a stillness and a quiet, presentation on the street. But I think there's some things that we can do to create more, visual movement and articulation.
My other question is more for staff. How many, and I should have done a better job of looking around, how many 3-story homes are there within a stone's throw, 100 feet, 200 feet?
There's a large, I don't have an exact quantity, but when you're looking from the west to the east, a large number of homes do have 3 levels on that west facing.
I know it's a mix and mash of a little bit of everything.
We do have an image in our presentation that's actually looking from the east to the west, and I can almost say that every house with very few, it's in the presentation deck. I don't know if you can get to it easily, but it does demonstrate very clearly that 95% of the houses are 3 stories from side yards.
There's some huge ones. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't take pictures. All right. I think that's my only.
And you know, Chris, and I'm not saying by any stretch that that's a good thing. I don't think 3-story houses, side yard to side yard, make for a good neighborhood. In fact, I think Alta Vista, as much as I love the views up there, I love the neighborhood. It's very dense. So we purposely try to avoid that. We're less than single story for about 3/4 of our front elevation.
Right.
And with only one little pop-up section that takes advantage of what most of the neighbors have from side yard to side yard, if that makes sense.
Yes. In fact, and I think the other question I did mention to you at the site, the revocable encroachment permit. I just wondered, since this is a brand new build, we've got a little more flexibility. Is it absolutely necessary to have that?
No, I wouldn't say so. It's not absolutely necessary. We did have to add 2 on-street parking spaces, so we figure that guests of this property or maybe other properties will be parking there.
Could enhance the public area.
Yeah, so we created some steps that were leading from those 2 on-site, off-street parking spaces at the top of the property, but we don't absolutely need those stairs. Most of our guests, I'm thinking, are going to park in the they're going to come down the driveway. They're going to park in the auto court, and there's a separate way. So they're not absolutely necessary.
Okay, thank you.
You did have to provide off-street parking.
Yeah, we did. We provided 2 off-street parking spaces.
Where is that? Because that's what I was questioning in the beginning.
If you look at, I can show you one sheet, A1.1.
Is it up there on the top of the staircase?
At the very top. Oh.
It's identified as veg.
I hope I'm not reading the plans wrong.
Because I'm very encouraging that you try to get some parking.
Yeah,
Did you see on A1.1?
it's these 2. So this space and this space, I'm noticing that our dimensions are 22 feet.
Yeah, I don't see.
And I believe that these are. That could be. I just grabbed.
Regardless, I'd be encouraged that there's some parking available there.
So they were taken away then. I apologize. I'm looking at an older set of plans than the ones that were at the city. So somehow during zoning plan check, we were previously proposing 2 spaces at the upper part of the property. And now it is coming back to me that those were somehow eliminated during zoning plan check.
Okay.
Why would they be eliminated, Heather?
They weren't required because the property has has complete curb and gutter, and so it wasn't required to provide those spaces.
Yeah, could we be, well, not to make it encouraged, but if it's something you can incorporate into the design or had in thought, it would be encouraged.
We had those in originally, and it's been a long process, but it is coming back to me. I think we misinterpreted the code initially, went through zoning plan check and found out that they weren't required, but it is possible to create them.
So, Horst, you do have a 3-car garage, correct?
We do. It's a 3-car garage with
And
a
then-
large auto court.
Right, the
in
auto
front of
court
it.
can fit how many cars? 3?
Oh, I would say 3, 4. There's also a guest parking space. We probably get 7 cars down there.
Yeah, it seems like
However,
there's sufficient parking.
On-site turnaround is required, so you wouldn't be able to fill that auto court with cars and then be able to have cars turn around in the auto court and head first onto Alta Vista Drive. So on-site turnaround is required on this property, so that area would need to be kept open for cars to turn and come out of the site.
Yeah.
That's a good call. Yeah.
That's correct. We do have the 25-foot backup from the garage doors, which allows cars to go, out of the garage and then go forward
Right.
onto the driveway. But we did also, as we were working with Heather and planning staff, create kind of like an additional backup area. So you're not, to help cars, to go forward onto Alta Vista. So we're not allowed to park there. But we have the physical space to park 7 cars.
Yeah, I understand the turnaround. That's a treacherous curve right there.
It is.
Yeah. All right. Any questions from the board? Or wants to start with deliberations? Anyone?
I would love to start because I'm going to lose my mojo
Okay.
here. I want to stay focused now that I'm
Go
powered
for
up.
it, MJ.
gorgeousness as ever, huge as usual, but lovely. I mean, it's great. Let's see, I got lots of little things. I'll just go to the painful one first. You can't have that deck off the master. If you do, you got to steal from your master. Not master, primary. So I think that is protruding so far out. It's just very much for Mr. Gissemi, if I'm pronouncing that right. I mean, I could just feel that by standing there. I wasn't able to get in Mr. Gissemi's house, and just a little FYI, in order for us to really do this fairly for all, we need to get in and see from your house. So you're going to have to make arrangements somehow with your tenants. And then once we see that, and maybe we could even meet there again and see, but I think that has to come out. I just, whatever that is. Okay. The parking spaces, to Lewis's mention, it is not required, but here's my thinking. If it's possible, I think this area is highly congested, and I feel like we're coming into the Diamond Crestview world eventually. And I think it's incumbent upon us to try to enforce some of that if we can. If you can provide a space for nothing less than the gardener and all the people that are going to show up to maintain this beautiful home. So if possible, if you can incorporate that back in, that would make us feel warm and fuzzy. It's a 3-story building, but it's set down so much it doesn't feel like a mass and scale concern, except for what I mentioned about the primary patio there. And just so you know, I don't know if the lower one below that in the mid-level is going to be an issue for the Gissemis, because I couldn't get a sense of where he planed out with that. But my assumption is whatever the overhang is for that, for sunshade, might need to pull back. I mean, you could check your POV on that, but sorry, I'm jumping around, but that might have to be impacted as well. Lower level's fine. You're fine down there, of course. So anyway, 3-story, not a problem. There's many in the area. It's very compatible to the neighborhood. I do not have a problem with your retaining wall. If you keep your planters with some decent height, even if it's a slightly diffused landscape, I think that those pressed, like the wood cement, is cool. You get that great textural earthy look. As far as a couple of things that a couple of the neighbors mentioned, the staking came up even when we got a site survey. This is highly managed by the city with zoning. They have to provide a staking plan on prior to build, and after build they come in and remeasure, and if it doesn't match up, they have to fix it. No matter, even if it's built, they have to lower it if it's too high. So just know that that is not something they can cheat on. It is a managed piece of business. Noise, that's not a criteria. There's no way we can eliminate that. Also in building, there's nothing we can do. That is just part of the growth of the community, and everybody has a right to build. So I encourage you all to be patient with the build, because it will be a long build and quite a bit of noise and dust. However, to that point, and I'm going to work with the city on this, is it is such a unsafe street. The amount of equipment that's going to need to go up that, stick up there, park there, workers coming with their cars full of their tools. A staging plan obviously is a must, and very detailed, not just a cursory one. And I really want it to be a condition that that flagmen need to be there pretty much all the time when anything's going on. So I don't know, I might have to work with city on that, but I will, believe me, I will stay on that personally, because it is something that is essential for the safety of that. No privacy issues except for what I mentioned about the primary articulation. I think is great. Your access with your parking, if we can add a public space there, would be wonderful. Or maybe not even public. If it's on, I think if you need, I think it would be public, right? Yeah, it would need a revocable encroachment permit. But even if it was just your own personal, because your buddies aren't going to always go down there, they're going to park on the street. I think it's compatible. I think it's a pattern of development. It's in keeping with that. I think once you move this primary back, I think any issue with view equity for the O'Donnells or the Albanus. First of all, I never saw one from them. I'm sorry, I really didn't see anything impactful. But now that you're pulling back that, which I think is where your furthest flag was, once those are back, I think it's even going to clean it up even more. So it's going to have absolutely no impact on them. But we need to see that. We'll obviously have to have it restaked. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, MK. Next. All right, Mr. Ware.
So, yeah, I concur with a handful of things that Board Member Coveney discussed. In fairness, I think this is a unique lot for the location on Alta Vista, and I actually commend you, Horst, that there's a lot of creativity with this. I think if we talk about access, the driveway, I know it comes to a single car, but I might suggest that it's maybe a car and a half width at the street to give a little bit more leeway for kind of coming in and out of Alta Vista, primarily due to the steepness of Alta Vista at that point, but to make your ingress and egress a little easier. I think you have the frontage, but make the access easy. The turnaround, that seems to work. The 3-car garage, that works. If there was a proposed off-street parking spots or two, I'd be highly encouraged to see that worked into. There's 8 feet of right-of-way that needs to be better utilized for the public. This is a steep area of Alta Vista. Parking is very limited up and down the street. I find the parking that happens to be across the street to be one of the most unsafe locations to park a car. So maybe that helps reconfigure. I'd highly encourage Public Works to relook at this and find a balanced solution, because I think it's a service to not only your property, but the Amazon drivers and all the other delivery folks and the people that have people coming in and out of their houses in this really kind of congested corner. The master bedroom suite, I think it extends too far out to the south. I'm not opposed to something on that level. I think it is kind of more of a pop-up that you're working on. And I think if you can tighten it up or make it more square, like where it's a little fatter towards the street, I don't want the balcony to stand out there. I think that would deprive your neighbor's property of views and future development. I think it's just the eaves are too far. And so I think if you can rework and re-minimize that, I think that would be in the right direction. The elevated pool, I haven't been a fan of it in the past, but I think in this application, it can work. So, you can balance some of the decks on the uppermost floor to minimize those, especially the one off the master. But the other one that protrudes along the length of the street, I think it's just a bit excessive. So maybe if we can minimize that, do some green roof or whatever. I think it's more appropriate that the deck goes that way. So work it so it's not so impactful, because you do have a lot of neighbors that are going to be staring right down at you in that space. So whatever you can do to work that out. Yeah, I had concerns for the easement and those kind of things, but staff kind of guided me through the sewer lines. They're on the bottom part of the property, and development's not over those. So I think it works.
Okay, Mr. Gibbs.
I agree with some of the things the board members before me just said. Actually, I agree with most of what they had to say. I think it's a great design. I think it's neighborhood compatible. I think it's with one issue, well located within the lot. It's a big lot, and you've chosen to develop on the uphill portion for a lot of reasons that I think are justified. So let me kind of cut to the chase. For the uphill residents, Mr. Albanu and O'Donnell and Rooney, what? Ronnie? Okay, Ronnie. I looked at those, and again, I echo what I believe MJ said. If you want us to look at your property, you got to make it available to us. And I'll get to Mr. Gassami's issue in a second. I did not see a vote view issue. You have incredible views up there. Everyone I looked at, I could see the ocean in different parts. We deal with view equity, not view preservation. And view equity is achieved. It's just not an issue. In fact, the views that you have are extraordinary, even compared to what this project's going to do. So I don't see any view equity issues up there, on the uphill side. I do see with Mr. Gasami's property at 559, and Horace, you and I talked about it. I think the third story needs to be pulled back from that, and maybe even the second story somewhat. You've got a lot of property. You've got a lot of program. I didn't need to go on the deck of Mr. Gasami's property to realize that you've got a mass scale privacy, noise, and I imagine a view blockage, although he has a pretty amazing view too. So I can't make a view equity justification or evaluation on that. But because you're bringing it back, I'd really like you to work on pulling at least the upper story back. And it needs to, have some articulation up there and no balconies that in any way look into Mr. Gasami's property. You can do the balcony. You've got plenty of area to put the balcony on the different side of the master. And then the downstairs is incredible. I also don't like elevated pools, and I want to find a reason not to like this one, but I looked at it from all different angles, including, when I was there and I walked down after you and I saw each other, the neighbor downhill, and this is the only project that you've brought to us and you may ever bring to us to allow that size of a pool that's elevated, but it works there. So I'm good with that. With respect to the REP, it's just stairs. I don't have a problem with that, which kind of goes into and I think all the findings can be made. Yeah, the parking is terrible on that street. I had how difficult it was for me to park, and then MJ had trouble parking because we did it together. Yeah, I strongly encourage you, and I know you'll do it, to get those 2 public parking spaces, and all the neighbors will love you for that. So and then with respect to the wall, I would prefer articulation. I know your concept. I don't buy it. It just is, it looks like a big wall. And even though it's below and you'll have trees there, you do your magic. I mean, there's not a huge cost item, but make it more articulated and then build in landscaping. And I would do landscaping up to the top of the wall area. So when people are walking by, it is kind of a landscaped garden area that'll soften the house and I think really be attractive and remove what I thought was not good articulation. Those are my comments.
I don't know what I can add. I think you got a lot of input from the board. The only thing I was a little concerned about was the pool location, but I'm not sure where else that fits other than not being an elevated pool. It would be more on the lower level, but it's an interesting feature, and as usual, a beautiful design. The only thing I would add is, to sum up, it sounds like, is to pull it in and push it down. That's the simplest way I can put it. And I think you got enough comments from the board tonight to do that. As far as the parking, to me, it seemed like you had sufficient parking, but as Tom mentioned, the neighbors will love you if you put in those 2 additional parking spots. So I don't know if I have anything else to add other than if somebody wants to. Wendy, is there a date sometime probably in January, Horst?
Probably need about a month to revise the plans, so.
A month?
More February.
Oh, no, let's do January then.
The last hearing date
You know,
is
my
the 23rd.
January 23rd.
That would be great. January 23rd?
Submittal would be due December 4th for the January 23rd
Okay,
hearing.
let's do that. That sounds great.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to continue item 5.3, 547 Alta Vista Way to January 23rd, 2025.
Second. Sounded good.
What?
And
Sounded
just to
good.
clarify that we would need restaking
Yeah.
for the.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yes,
need
definitely.
restake.
Yeah.
And Mr. Gasami, if you're here, please make arrangements for us to look at your property if you have issues, okay?
And to just clarify that for when a property needs to be restaked for a continued hearing, it
have a
is only
notice.
14 days.
Yeah.
Prior.
See if they can make it.
Oh, no, I'm just notifying him so that he's aware. He doesn't have to do 21 days. It's just 14 days prior to the continued hearing. Okay, so
Okay.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to January 23rd, 2025. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a short 5-minute break.
Butterball.
All right, the item before us is 940 Hillcrest Drive. And we have a staff report from Mr. Wank. I'll go a little bit out of order. What are our communication? What is ex parte for Hillcrest? I spoke with Walter Matez and visited the site.
Visit the site.
I spoke to Walter Metez, and I also spoke to Andrew and Rosemary Palmer, who live next door. And that's it.
I drove to the site and spoke with Walter.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Design Review Board and members of the public. Item 5.4 is a request for design review, a coast development permit, and a variance at 940 Hillcrest Drive located in the R1 zone. A coastal development permit is required for a detached ADU. Next slide. The property is currently developed with a single-family dwelling with an attached one-car garage. Next slide. On September 20th, 2023, an administrative design review hearing was held regarding design review 23-0198 for additions, a new two-car garage, and elevated deck additions. The plans at that time included an additional driveway off of Pinecrest Drive. As a result of neighbor concerns received, staff referred the project to the design review board. The driveway off of Pinecrest Drive has since been removed. Next slide. The proposed project includes a major remodel with additions exceeding 50%, a 440 square foot garage, 762 square feet of elevated decks, grading, spa, landscaping, and new windows and doors, and modified vehicular access to widen the existing driveway. Next slide. A variance is requested to encroach into the front yard setback. Ordinance 515 established a street plan requirement of 8 feet along the north side of Hillcrest Drive, shown here in green, with an additional 20-foot front yard setback required by the R1 zone, as shown here in red. The applicant is requesting to encroach into the front yard setback by 4 feet 6 inches, shown here in blue, for a proposed front yard setback of 15 feet 6 inches plus an 8-foot street plan line, which will be kept clear of structures for future right-of-way improvement purposes. The total proposed setback for the property line to the structure would be 23 feet 6 inches. Next slide. Staff has received one letter from the adjacent property owner at 900 Hillcrest with concerns regarding noise and privacy impacts from the proposed spa and decking. Staff recommends that the board adopt a resolution approving design review 24-0149, coastal development permit 24-2204, and variance 24-2158, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. That will conclude my staff summary, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wank. Any questions of staff? Okay, the applicant, you have 5 minutes to present. Yes.
Thanks. Thanks, Garrett, for the staff report. I'm Greg Hurley. I'm the owner of the property. Walter Metz is obviously the architect. Walter has vocal stress issues, so he's asked me to speak for the property and for the design. I've lived in Laguna Beach for 40 years. I live on Poplar Street for that entire time. I've raised 2 kids here, El Moro through LVHS. They're out of the house now. My wife recently died. I'm retiring here. I really want to retire to this property. So that's what this is me downsizing to a property that I don't need more than that front property. And I'd like to get some income out of it and also have my daughters be able to come and visit me. We bought the property 15 years ago. When we bought it with entitlement plans, fully permitted entitled plans that we could have built on. It was a massive envelope pushing project, and there had been a lot of dispute in the neighborhood about it. We weren't going to do that. So we sat on it, and now we'd like to develop it. We were here before as then the proposed project where we tried to put the ADU driveway in midway on Pinecrest. Part of the problem was street parking. I think a lot of it is the people on Pinecrest just didn't like looking down on that driveway. I can't blame them. Those are beautiful homes. They've got great views. So we were willing to rework that. We did rework that, and that's what we're coming to you with now. As I understand the complaint from 900, which is under construction, which is why you have the paper in front of you, because you can't have gone out, you can go out there and see it, but unless you went out there with the plans, you would not understand what the relationship is between their concerns at 900 and our property. There are 2 concerns as I understand them. One is the spa, which is it's a 6-foot a fabricated spa that's built in. It's got all of the equipment's going to be inside and insulated in the spa. The spa was part of the prior proposal. No comments on it whatsoever. I believe that the issue that they're raising, and I don't want to speak for them, but they did raise the issue of noise. They'd like us to move it to what they call the garden area, which was the previous parking area, which we know from the last round of hearings is going to draw a lot of ire from the people in Pinecrest. So I think what it really would be is we don't want you to have a spa. The spa is within the city's code for ADUs. And also, I'm sorry, the spas, the problem with moving the spa to Pinecrest also would be that we're required to have a clear path of travel from the city street from Pinecrest to the ADU. I'm not sure we have, I think it's 36 inches under Title 24. That just comes to mind. I don't know we can get that 36 inches and move the spa to where 900 is proposing to move it to. In terms of noise, I printed out their elevation of what's approved and is being built right now. And I've circled the side, the west elevation that would be facing directly across from our spa. If you look there and you can read the fine print, there's 4 AC units that are going to abut our spa, along with the elevator that's next to the stairs and the utilities. It's a little disingenuous, I think, to be concerned about noise from a spa when you're launching all 4 AC units directly against us when these plans were in work at the same time that ours were. As to privacy, you know, we don't have the property to look from yet. You can look at this and judge as to whether you think the spa would be a privacy infringement. Again, it did not come up in the first proposed set of plans. This is the first time we heard about it, and the first time we heard about it was noon of yesterday. As to the deck, and this also goes to the same that's true for the encroachment. They're different issues, but the same holds true. If you go down Hillcrest in that block, you will see that every home but 2 have full structure-to-structure decks on the first and second level. We're having a fraction of that in terms of decks. We want a deck on the lower level that's already part of pre-existing, and we'd like just a fractional deck on the second level. I've included what 900 was just approved for, which is the house next to us. And as you can see, they have a full structure-to-structure deck in the lower level and it's basically 3/4 of it in the upper level. You know, I've lived here 40 years. I've had the same neighbors for 30 years. I get along with people. We've never had any disputes with our neighbors. I'm not going to have issues over privacy and noise. That's just not how you get along in this town. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Greg Hurley.
Mr. Hurley. Board, any members of the applicant or staff? I'm sorry, what did I say? Any questions from the board to staff or the applicant?
I just got one for understanding like the studio shop
Yeah, what is
and the raised crawl space. Can you just walk me through the raised crawl space on the ADU? Just seems odd.
Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to as the raised crawl space. The crawl space is becomes.
I mean, A16 is what I was looking at for the cuts. And then obviously A17 kind of shows the studio and the shop and the storage. I mean, it's a pretty expansive mechanical space. Propping up an ADU.
That's under the ADU deck, right? That's the way I read that.
No, that's
Is it enclosed? Is it open?
what is it?
air?
It's enclosed.
It is. Okay.
What you're looking at in the front is part of the existing footprint. If you went out and saw the house right now, very little is changing except for a slight addition to the back of the structure. But the crawl space that you're referring to, all of that is existing.
Okay, and like as staff, how are we supposed to treat, I mean, that space is all design review.
Are you talking about the shop studio?
Yeah,
That's underneath the deck. It says
it's
deck
underneath-
above.
right, no, I understand,
And that, and
but
they
it's not habitable.
It's in order to raise the deck for the ADU. which is, the deck also is the only entrance to the ADU.
Right. Well, no,
I think they staked just the studio. That's the way I read it. Is that right?
And the trellis, but not the ADU.
What is the size of the deck off the ADU? Can we opine on that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
It's 322 square feet.
No, they said, can we opine on the deck?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And it includes the entry into the ADU.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. If you have any comments on this project at, Hillcrest.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew Palmer. I'm at 950 Hillcrest. Ms. Hurley, it's nice to meet you. I'm a new neighbor of yours. The only questions that I really had was also on the shop and studio, what the overall purpose and intent was, if it was going to have large or loud equipment, machinery, kiln, exhaust fan for other works, just kind of the intent of any sort of noise, what it might be, or if it's like a little private studio.
You'll be able to rebuttal.
No, there's no discussion.
Right
Yeah.
If
Just to the
there
board.
is anything that might be loud or potentially obstructive, then I would like that to not be included if that's possible. And that's
Thank
all I
you.
have to say. Thank you.
Everybody's too tall here. Thank you, board members. So my name is Alice, and I, along with my husband, Roy Henderson, are the owners of 900 Hillcrest. And we are currently in the process of rebuilding following the DRB approval in 2023, which came 2 years after our initial submittal to the city. The extended period towards final DRB approval was partly due to modification our architects had to make in response to our neighbors' concerns regarding privacy and proximity to their property lines. And there were major changes that we made, literally on the side of Mr. Hurley, we shrunk the house by 2 feet, and on the other side, we shrunk the house by 2 feet at the lower and about 4 feet at the upper. So we made some major changes. So we're here to express similar concerns with the current plan at 940. We have two primary concerns with the current proposal. One, the close proximity of the spa to our bedrooms, and two, the privacy arising from the large deck and window on the ADU. So with respect to the spa, we are gravely concerned about the potential noise disturbances it will create. The noise from the spa equipment running in the middle of the night is highly disruptive, and the additional noise from its usage right next to our property, especially near our bedroom windows, is unacceptable. The constant noise will significantly impact our quality of life and our ability to rest peacefully in our home. We strongly urge the spa be limited. However, if not possible, we insist it be relocated further away from our bedroom. From the plans, there's ample space in the center of the property or in the area currently designated as the garden on the west side of the property toward Pinecrest. Wherever it is moved, we ask that it be located furthest away from our shared property line. Regarding privacy, the large deck that expands the entire 35 front of the ADU is a significant concern. The elevated deck with its east end pushed right up to our 5-foot setback from our shared wall would directly invade our privacy by allowing a clear view into our second bedroom and bathroom and the lower bedrooms. Their plans show an existing continuous hedge between our property on the side. This is incorrect, and even if it's there, it will not be effective in blocking the mutual views. Additionally, the noise generated by people The noise generated by people using the deck will be highly disruptive, especially during evenings and weekends. The constant activity and conversation will severe impact on peace and quiet. We strongly urge that the deck's overall length be shortened and that a privacy screen be installed to mitigate this issue. These are the two, essentially the adjustments essential to protect our privacy and maintain a reasonable level of tranquility. And I just want to add, as far as the AC units on that wall, they're not running 24/7 every day of the year. And we picked the lowest noise equipment on that wall because they are now high efficiency. So it's really not a comparison to the noise of the spa and people using it in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public communication on this project? All right. Mr. Hurley, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. And I just want to correct what was an implied, I believe, maybe misinterpretation. The implication was that we asked for changes to their property. There is nothing in the record for their application from either my wife or myself or anyone on our behalf asking for them to change. We met with them, we discussed the project. We never submitted any requests for change. There were other changes that were made on their property, but it was not a result of us requesting that. As to the AC units, come on, common sense. What's going to run more often? A spa that's only run when it's turned on, or AC units which during the summer are running 24/7? You can speak with the compliance department in Laguna Beach and ask them how many noise complaints they had for AC units this summer. It was pretty substantial, I suspect. Finally, we need a way to get into the ADU. I don't know. I know the ADU is largely exempt by state law. I don't know if the deck is exempt. I think the deck is within what's allowed for the ADU. I don't know at what point the design review.
We've been counseled that the deck is part of our purview.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, I'm certainly willing to work with the neighbors on privacy. Privacy screens are something we can do. We need to get the tenant into the ADU, and that's how they get in is the deck.
And what was the
Does
shop?
that conclude your?
Oh, the shop's an easy one. I'm a retired lawyer. It's going to be storage.
All right. Any other comments? You still have time left.
There's nothing.
Okay.
The shop is just called the shop. I guess we could have called it storage, but we
All
have
right.
no intention of, and we're willing to take a condition on that.
I would just like to add one thing. The spa is extremely quiet. It's a self-contained unit. And they make no noise. They virtually do hear the water running. And that's about it. I have one myself. And it's extremely quiet.
What is the size of the spa?
6 foot.
6 foot. Okay.
It's very small.
Circular.
It's a 3-4 person most.
And it's like an above ground self-enclosed spa.
Yeah, prefabricated unit.
Staff, that's not, I mean, didn't we take that out of design review? Like, can't someone come in and get an above ground spa over the counter?
Currently for a spa, so there's limitations. Under 600 gallons is allowed to go through administrative design review. Over 600 gallons has to come to the full board. But we aren't able to currently approve any spas over the counter.
It's about 300 gallons.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Sure.
All right. I've had some conversations with council and with the city attorney, and I've reviewed this, and we have an ADU issue here. This is in footnote 1 of the staff report. The categorical exclusionary order issued by the Coastal Commission, E93-1, exempts from the coastal development permit single-family residences. However, the Coastal Commission has, I guess, recently directed the city not to rely on that exclusionary order for a detached ADU proposed for the site. Accordingly, it's subject to the coastal development permit requirement. Now, that's a requirement by state law through the Coastal Act. Does it trump ADU? I think and a city council can address the issue. But for our purposes, we have to apply the guidelines for a coastal development permit for the ADU. And faced with that, we have to make the findings. So let me go to the finding I'm concerned about. This is the finding we have to make to approve a coastal development permit for your ADU. And it reads, it's number 6, and it reads, the proposed development, and by the way, for everybody's perusal, it's on the page 9 of the staff report. The proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, and where feasible, will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. So the key language here is visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas. That's a finding we must make. And the way I read visually compatible, it means in terms of location, size, and appearance. That's visually compatibility. I cannot make that determination without it being staked. I looked in the backyard and where it's going to be and in terms of height, and to be able to see if it's visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, we need to see what the shape and location of that ADU is. And also, to compare it to locations of, vis-a-vis adjacent properties. So in light of that, and in light of the fact that we have to make that finding to approve a coastal development permit here, I can't support approving the project at this time without that being staked, so we can evaluate finding number 6. Now, with respect to the Henderson's complaint about the spa location and the ADU deck, I am very leery putting spas right on property lines. To the extent that, given that you have plenty of room to put it more inland, I would like you to do that. I'm not hearing that it's not feasible. But to the extent that's subject to our approval, I don't like the location. With respect to the ADU deck, it's hard to say exactly how it impacts the Hendersons, but it's a huge deck without any screening. My view, if it's going to be continued to do the staking so we can evaluate finding 6, and that's what I would support, that you reduce the size of the deck and provide screening to the the Hendersons, the adjacent property owner, so it minimizes the view impacts. And I would work with them for their, master bedroom to, oftentimes when there's building, with such short setbacks, side yard setbacks, that you look kind of where the privacy issues are and they're addressed. And I think that you need to have that interface with the Hendersons so you can see kind of how you can reduce, it may not be that you eliminate impacts with the deck, but I think it's a very big deck that's right at a high point vis-a-vis the Hendersons property. And so I think it needs to be reduced and mitigation measures employed such as screening and or landscaping to alleviate privacy concerns. And I encourage you to work with the Hendersons to resolve that issue.
Okay. I can go next. I think this was a modest project. Excuse me. Do you have? Okay. Yeah, I think this is a modest project, and from what I've seen tonight, there's maybe one minor change. What I've heard that seems reasonable, and that's the deck off the ADU. And if that can be pulled back, I think that addresses the issue and perhaps the privacy screen, which I think is a simple fix and an easy compromise. But the rest of the project, and I know we don't opine on the ADU, but with the coastal development permit in the language here, it is below the 16-foot height. So I I'm not sure about the staking issue, so I wasn't privy to that conversation. I didn't know.
No, that was my feeling is I can't judge the, the visual compatibility with the character or surrounding areas
Oh.
without, you can't see what it's going to look like. And it meets the height requirements for a detached ADU.
Yeah.
But it's right at the back edge of the property. And, we can evaluate.
I think that's a slippery slope. I don't feel comfortable with that, but
that's.
I understand.
To me, I can't
I
make the
understand your
final.
concern. So as far as my opinion tonight, I can fully support the project with those two changes, pulling the deck back and putting the privacy wall. I think it's a very modest change to the home. I know Mr. Matez, he's an excellent architect and he knows what he's doing. And I don't know if I have anything else to add other than I can support the project with those changes.
Chris, when
Mr. Wheel.
when you say pull the deck back, are you talking from the side yard setback or?
I don't know.
I just wanted clarification.
Yeah.
Because you just said pull it back.
With the privacy issue, to address the privacy, I didn't get into feet or exact measurements here, but I'm open to suggestions. I just think that it's an easy fix.
Okay, I'll just go with my comments and then maybe. All right. As far as the shop and the mechanical space, I just found it unique. And we just haven't really seen that before. In some regards, I initially thought it was artificially propping up the ADU, but the ADU meets the requirements for being under 16 feet. So that really wasn't the case, but it is unique to have 400, 500 square feet of mechanical space built into an ADU. But for me, in this location, that can work. I think it fits within the site. It doesn't add any more nuisance, so I can support the shop as long as it's considered non-hamletable. The spa, I think the spa is not a nuisance. The spas today are so much quieter. I think building an absurd house that was maximizing the setbacks right next door, that took quite a few hearings to get, a handful of changes, was more impactful than a 6-person spa. So I don't buy it. I actually think it's in a good spot in the lot. If you were to put up, a trellis that from their upper windows, they're not looking down on it, I could approve the trellis expansion over the spa. You're going to have a 6-foot fence. The windows for where it lines up are small or whatever, so I don't see a privacy concern. The deck for the ADU, same thing. I think as you look up and down a lot of these other houses on Hillcrest, they have setback to setback decks on multiple levels of the house. So to say that their front deck doesn't necessarily go end to end, but their back deck does, but it's not as long and deep, for me, it's compatible. So I'm good with the overall project and I can support it tonight the way it is, but I'm open to, your how you wanted to articulate
MJ.
shrinking up the deck.
Okay, I don't know what you said, Tom. I'm sorry. I think if we're allowed to vote or have input on, I don't think we're allowed to put input on the ADU in the set, except for the deck.
No, correct. So once again, this is a unique circumstance. This ADU is subject to the coastal development permit requirements as articulated in the staff report and resolution.
Okay. I have a question
So-
before we go further. Is the CDP required for all ADUs in the city?
Some form of coastal development permit is required for all forms except for conversions that are within the existing home. Any attached or detached structures would require some coastal commission process.
Let me can I make one more thing for consideration regarding the finding? I mean, this is a finding that we have to make about whether it's visually compatible with the character of surrounding neighborhoods. The neighbors that are adjacent to this ADU that's not staked have potentially don't even have an idea that an ADU is going in there, what their size is. And they may have comment on, whether this is met for that ADU. For example, if the putting an ADU in that location at that height blocks views, for example, blocks views, and it's not putting a building of that height in that location is not compatible within the neighborhood, that potentially is a visual incompatibility. So, I mean, that's why I don't feel comfortable, at least without staking it and getting input from the neighbors and the public before we can make that visual compatibility determination.
This is a game changer, I think. And I think it's worth maybe a workshop for the board because I don't think the rest of us were aware of some of these changes.
It would be great to have this
especially
prior.
the CDB findings. So I think just for staff's
On the side note,
edification, yeah.
in the side note, I actually agree with the conflicting arguments with the
I'm just telling
CDP
you,
and the ADU.
the ADU issue in this city, including in North Laguna, where the ADU doesn't have to be staked, and all of a sudden a neighbor finds that their view is either partially or totally gone, causing a substantial devaluation of the property. That happened, I think it was on La Brea. Now, we haven't been able to say anything about ADUs to this point, but now we can, because under the state law, this project requires a coastal development permit, and we're entitled to consider visual compatibility of the character surrounding areas. I'm not saying how we come out on it. And it may well be that putting an ADU in that location is visually compatible with other homes in the area, but it might not be. And there's a bunch of neighbors who don't even know it's going in there potentially. I don't know that they do or don't, but given it hasn't been staked, and it's going to go right up against the back property line, and there's a house right on the other side there whose view is most likely going to get impacted.
Okay, so Tom, hold on.
I'm just
both-
telling you that.
Okay, both. Let's let MJ finish first.
Yeah,
Let her
I was
finish
just
her-
I mean, maybe it has to be a process that we have to go to now that this has been alerted to us. So because it's on coastal, it's a coastal development, we now have input on an ADU. We could say that it can't be there if they determine that it's someone complains about it. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, yes, but not that way. If this project requires a coastal development permit, if it does, then we have to make finding. It's like a variance, only it's called a coastal development permit. And then for us to make those findings, we have to.
We're getting off subject here. Let's pull it back to this particular project.
Okay,
is-
and I
want
guess
to
for
ask-
me, I'm trying to avoid staking. I'm trying to keep us from having to go through that and having the applicant go through that.
Right, I
And
understand.
I'm wondering if there's a way to look at the existing plan and know that they're compliant in the sense that even they could still go up 25 feet or something with their height. And even what it is now, it's not going to ever exceed that. So does that make sense that this could never, from a height perspective, be applicable to any of this because
Okay,
Well,
Frank, as chair, let me just say something. As chair, I don't feel comfortable opining with this new information. I don't feel comfortable tonight. So I defer to the city attorney.
On the project at all?
No, I don't feel comfortable because
Chair,
I'm
you've
not
got to
aware.
to approve this project, you've got to make a finding that it is visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas.
Correct. And
So it's not a question of
right.
feeling comfortable, you've
And
got to
so-
make that finding.
No,
And
I'd
so,
like
yeah,
to hear
Madam
from
Chair,
the city attorney. yes.
if I may, so once again,
Thank you.
Board Member Gibbs is correct. That is a required finding. Whether or not staking is required for the board to make that finding, to me, is an entirely different discussion, up to the discretion of the board. I believe I know how Board Member Gibbs feels, but that is not and Planning Manager, please correct me if I'm wrong, for a CDP, we don't, as a matter of course, require staking, but we can. So it's once again within your guys' purview. Yeah.
This is the first time that we've had a coastal development permit with an ADU, a detached, that's not subject to the exclusionary, I haven't finished.
Right, yeah, because
That we
it's
have
exclusionary,
focused on
right.
this finding. I hadn't noticed it until I read that footnote. But in my mind, we've got to be able to make that finding, and I can't, so that's why I'm against it.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
Well, I didn't have any
You didn't
input
get to
prior to
finish.
that, so it's fine. It seems a little moot right now, but spa, I don't have issue with that. They are very silent. I think a privacy wall wouldn't, a small slatted something would be best for both of you. So I don't even feel like where your position is in that is in an area that might impede the neighbor's privacy, but it's a courtesy and would be good for both. Deck size, looking again on the end of your neighbors there, I think maybe a planter with something in that at that end would be great. And I think the size is okay. It's very large, but I don't think it's a problem if you can block that view from the side there. But my instincts tell me that rather than being 9 feet 6, that your maximum depth of that is 6 feet. And I'm not supposed to give you numbers, I remember. So something smaller, because I feel like when you get deeper decks, you get more activity, and something that allows you to have your lounge chair and your little table and, a grill is sufficient and will be avoiding anything getting too crowded, because you might not live there or you might have someone that, has a lot of visitors and it becomes a party spot. So it would be a nice courtesy to make that a little narrower, add a little planter on one end, and also privacy for the spa. Everything else, I think is very neighborhood compatible. I think it's everything in the design articulation, access, and view is great. So that's it.
Okay. Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Is that
Wait,
kosher to do that? I mean, if anybody wants to offer a motion, I'll offer a motion.
well,
I'm getting tired. All right, Louis.
in light of like what was discussed, are you comfortable moving forward with the findings necessary?
With the coastal development
Yeah.
permit findings, yes, I am.
Okay, I have a general comment on that. If
The
I
whole
can,
concept
on
of
the
CDPs,
concept.
yeah.
So being on the board, the design review board, to my history on the board, we're not a policy board. We don't drive policy. The planning commission does, or city council. In light of this new question, which I actually find intriguing and actually think it's worth exploring much more. However, I don't know if I can require staking because that hasn't been our practice or our policy up while the application's been submitted. And so just like a change, if the application was already vested, those changes don't always have to retroact, right? Yeah, I mean, like they
Correct.
submitted something 2 years ago,
Right.
there was new changes, they can stay under the code for when they submitted.
Correct. Now, that's kind of a legal process. I don't necessarily think that applies here. However, if it's the board's view that that's a more equitable result, I'm of course not going to stand in the way.
But for this site, I'm comfortable making the visuals changes because I don't think it necessarily has to do with view of the ocean, view of the natural topography. It's a site that's well within a residential zone. And for me, it's a conformity thing of the view and the visualization than it is the true preservation of the ocean of the coastal development permit. So for me, I'm good to move forward, but that was my questions for, I do want to explore what Board Member Gabe said further, but I'm comfortable tonight to make those findings.
I'm comfortable actually looking at the staff report, and Garrett, you did a great job of putting the findings together for the coastal development permit, which he does find the findings.
I'm sorry?
I see from the
Garrett has
staff
the
report that the staff has made the findings.
I think I made my point.
Had
They don't
made
really
a
talk.
professional recommendation for the findings, I should say.
And lastly,
the comment board member Gibbs about the neighbors not knowing there's an ADU. I follow enough of our admin, and I remember when this came to admin, and I was actually the board member that requested it be pulled, given that there were so many comments coming in from neighbors for the driveway and for the ADU that funneled in at that time. So I think the neighbors knew about the ADU, well versed, and they're not here tonight because they've made concessions with the neighbors in agreement. But there were 4 or 5 neighbors at that time barking down that tree.
Okay, I'm not going to advocate that you guys change your view, but I think this needs to be explored. And I think when we have, I mean, visual character means visual character. It's a broad phrase. And it, in my mind, requires staking. Whether we do it, I don't see how you can determine that when you don't see where the build, you know, what the shape and location of the building is. So I would encourage staff, and particularly while we're going through this ordinance stuff, because of the impact that ADUs have, particularly in North Laguna and other areas, where a coastal development permit is required, that the staff consider requiring staking, really in their comments talk about visual character of surrounding areas, come up with an understanding of what visual character means. I think it's fairly broad, and see if we can at least deal with such a large, large ADUs with that can, consider making it compatible with visual character. So I think it caught everybody by surprise. It kind of did me yesterday morning when I kind of got into this. But it's something that can be a useful tool to mitigate the unvarnished impact, negative impact of ADUs in the future.
I certainly think it requires further investigation and perhaps a workshop with the city attorney on how we discuss these issues in the future, because you raised a very important issue. I'm going to offer a motion and see where it goes to adopt Resolution 240149, approving design review 240149 and variance 242158 for a new single-family dwelling, major remodel with additions exceeding 50%, elevated decks, grading, AC unit, spa, landscaping, new windows and doors, modified vehicular access, and for an encroachment into the front yard setback respectively, approving Coastal Development Permit 2422-2204 for a detached accessory dwelling unit, ADU, and finding said action exempt from CEQA under Section 15301 with the following conditions: that the deck off of the ADU be pulled back to achieve privacy for the neighbor to the south, the deck off the ADU to the property at 900. Okay, that's a better, to achieve privacy for the neighbor at 900 Hillcrest.
Madam Acting Chair, I just want to be sure, because to achieve privacy is a little bit.
We need to be
it's-
specific.
Right, and so,
Can I
yeah.
say, Pete?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
exactly.
Okay. To reduce the deck by at least 3 feet
From,
Yeah.
in length or depth?
depth.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and so, Madam Acting Planner, are you understanding that, and can you effectuate that? I want to make sure that staff.
Yeah,
understands.
just to clarify, are you
And
saying
privacy.
3 feet pulled away from the side property line?
From
Mike.
legal setback. From legal setback.
The legal setback.
I think
The deck is like this. This is the setback.
Right.
You wanting the deck to go this way or this way?
an ADU setback or
Towards the ADU.
So you don't want it as wide.
No,
That's what
that's
you're
to
trying
achieve the privacy,
That, okay.
correct?
But what you've been saying is this.
yeah, depth.
Oh,
Once again, yeah.
I thought I said depth.
Yeah.
So the
Length.
the width
Width. Yeah.
off of from.
Okay.
I need to rush this. This is-
Yeah, let's get the
We're up here.
conditions right, take our
Yeah.
time,
So the deck is currently.
Could you put your mic on?
because it's on.
Turn your
property
mic on.
line, 'cause it's in a-
The deck, I believe, is 12 feet wide on the ADU.
Mhm.
Nine, six. I think it's 9.6.
Yeah, that's,
Is what? 12 feet deep, which is above the studio.
Correct.
So she's wanting that to be 9 feet.
reduce the depth. Isn't that what I said?
Isn't this length? and
Is it the
depth?
length or the depth?
That's
Okay.
That is a
I agree with
$64,000
you. I
question.
think it's depth.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It seems like depth to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
pulling
there's
it back.
Length
so-
and there's depth.
Why don't you give the
Okay.
dimensions?
That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
Okay, to reduce it from 12 feet to 9 feet. The depth from 12 feet to
Let's
9
look right
feet.
here.
Because it's 20 feet long
So that's length.
or more.
I'm not talking about length. I'm talking
No, I
about
know.
depth. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is rather.
So it can still be the full length,
Yes.
right? But you want it from 12 feet to 9 feet coming in.
Is it,
Okay.
is it?
So it
Yes.
shrinks over, and then do you want the? Okay, I agree with you.
Okay.
Oh,
This is to achieve privacy.
We
Yes.
understand what you're saying, but we just want to make sure that we have the
David.
exact. feet so that-
Referring to sheet A24 where it's deck number 2, correct?
Yes, is 9.6.
And it shows depth dimensions of 27 by 9'6".
27 by 9 foot 6, 27 inches long.
Yeah.
By 9 feet, 9 feet 6 depth. Okay.
27 by,
9.6. That's what I kept saying. Not 12.
And to achieve privacy, we need to reduce the length or the depth. Which one? The depth. The depth, correct?
This
I
is
think
length.
it's, and you think
This-
it's
No, I know that's the length.
27
But to achieve privacy for the neighbor, is it the length of the deck or the depth of the deck? My understanding it was the depth.
I would suggest we could frame it that you want to reduce it 3 feet from the side property line adjacent to 900
900?
Hillcrest.
Okay.
So it would go from 27 to 24. So it wouldn't
So
take-
it's the length.
So it would open up off this.
I would make it 8 by
Okay.
24.
I'm sorry.
No,
Why does this happen?
I hear what you're saying, but it's muddling. with how it's-
I wanna
just
be
give the
clear.
dimensions you want.
Yeah,
So is it
exactly.
24 by,
Wendy, can you give me the correct dimension?
So the correct dimension would be a reduction of 3 feet.
Right.
So it would be from 27 feet to 24 feet.
24 feet. Okay, is that clear? Does everybody,
So it's-
away from the 900?
away
Hillcrest
from
side?
900 Hillcrest?
And
the
then you're
neighbor?
reducing it from 12 feet to 9 feet.
Well, it's 9'6".
9.6.
We got the metric wrong.
Oh, okay.
12 feet. not that
Okay,
it's 12.
is that, Garrett, did you get all that? Plus, I'm not done,
Keep going, girl.
a privacy screen.
So sorry, a quick clarification. It sounds like there are two kind of discussions happening regarding the dimensions. If you're looking to pull it away from 900 Hillcrest to essentially increase that side setback from what is currently 5 feet to effectively 8 feet for the deck, I believe that would be different than altering the 9'6" that's currently shown for the ADU plan on A6.
Correct.
So
That's
just to
correct.
clarify, you're looking to increase the setback to the deck from the property line from 5 feet effectively to 8 feet.
Correct.
Fantastic.
Everybody clear on that?
Crystal.
Yeah.
All right, and to add a privacy screen
And spa.
on the deck
And spa.
On the 900 Hillcrest side.
on the 900 Hillcrest side. Does that make sense? On the
May I ask
deck,
to clarify if there's a specific height that the board would prefer or material?
6 feet.
Solid.
Oh.
You think solid?
Doesn't need, it's a privacy screen, whatever,
I think it could
Whatever
be-
they use.
yeah, whatever material. Okay, I'm so sorry. This was a lot of new information tonight, so,
Yeah. Problem.
okay, that's the motion.
I'll second it.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
No.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes,
Motion passes 3-1 for approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for your indulgence in our deliberation. Congratulations. Our last project which I hope is much easier than the last one. Oh. No. Okay, we have item 5.5 at 1223 Skyline Drive. Okay. Okay, we're hearing the project at, excuse me, in the back, if you could. Thank you. Item 5.5, 1223 Skyline Drive. Do we have?
We do have, Madam Acting Chair, we have some quite quick tech difficulties.
Okay.
Give us 1 or 2.
While you're doing that, we'll do ex parte communications.
Perfect. Great idea.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yeah, here.
ex parte.
I met with Anders and the architect team. I met with Ariane Shams. No, I met with Christine Shams. I met with Lynn and Von Elstrom.
And I met with Anders and Eunice. I also met with the neighbors, the Shams and the Elstroms.
Mr. Wild?
Shams and Mr. Vaughn.
And I
Didn't get Anders.
and I visited the site, met with Anders and his staff. All right.
We are,
Computer froze, and so I'm sure.
Okay.
but it's been rebooted.
That's
so-
okay. We'll give it a minute.
Okay, got it. Yes, okay. Thank you. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties. Okay, so item 5.5 is a request for design review and a coastal development permit located at 1223 Skyline Drive. The subject property is located in the R1 zone. It is approximately 9,900 square foot lot that is situated between Skyline Drive on the uphill side and Anacapa Way on the downhill portion of the lot. It is currently improved with an approximately 1,200 square foot single-family residence with an attached two-car garage, which was built in 1963. In 1989, a swimming pool and spa were added to the property, and in 1991, a elevated deck was approved for 771 square feet. The applicant proposes construction of a 4,409 square foot, two-story single-family dwelling with an attached 675 square foot, three-car garage, including tandem parking. There's approximately 1,900 square feet of elevated decks, new vehicular access taken from Skyline Drive, site walls and retaining walls, grading, hardscape, landscaping, exterior lighting, a swimming pool, spa, as well as the associated equipment. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards and determined that the project conforms to the zoning code, the general plan policies, as well as the design review guidelines. And it is also in compliance with the coastal development permit criteria, as well as the findings can be made. Staff is recommending that the board adopt Resolution 24-1859, approving the requested entitlements and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff does want to note that correspondence was received for this item from neighbors with concerns related to the size of the structure, slope stability, privacy, neighborhood compatibility, as well as view impacts or view equity. The correspondence was included as attachment 6, as well as posted to the agenda as late public commentary received. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions, and the applicant is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Great report. Any questions of staff? Before we start, Mr. Lassiter, please present. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Thelman and board members. I'm Anders Lassiter, architect for the project,
And if Wendy would be so kind as to bring up our presentation, I would appreciate it. In the meantime, I'll introduce the project. We're doing the home for the Russ family. The eldest member of the family, Mother Russ, lived in the home for many, many years, several decades. She passed about 2 years ago, and the family has decided to build a new home for the new generation of the Russ family, and that's what they've asked us to design for them here. You can see the project highlighted there, kind of in the upper right third, in a neighborhood context photo that I think gives a pretty good understanding of the pattern of development in the area. Uh-oh. That's fine. Yeah, it's good just like that. Next slide, please. Wendy, you did a great job summarizing the project, so I won't go through it all together with everyone again, but I do want to point out that there's no variances requested, and the scope of work is in complete compliance with all the development standards for this zone. Next slide. There was some questions raised about the context that we're putting our home in, and I thought this diagram gave us a really good understanding just in an overall survey of some of the homes in the area that are compatible with this. We're asking for 4,400 square feet. Right across the street, there's 17,000 square feet. There's 11,000 square feet, 6,000, 8,000, 5,000, 4,000. The home 2 doors down is 4,300. The home right below us is 5,500. I think you'll find that when you look at the pattern of development, this home really does fit quite nicely into the neighborhood. Next slide. I'll do a quick tour around the home. This is our driveway from Skyline. The idea was to take the automobiles off Skyline onto a motor court where there could be additional parking in front of the garage, and then you'd turn 90 degrees to get into the garage. But that facing the street, we've got landscaping and some articulated architectural walls. Next slide. And as we come around to the corner, we've brought in the main pedestrian entry along a curved and articulated wall that leads into that recess where the front door is located. So creating some privacy along Skyline. Next slide. Coming around the side, this is the view that would be from the Eldstroms side. Next slide. And the view roughly from the Anacapa side, although this would be much higher in the elevation than you'd be standing on the street. Next slide. And the side from the Shams house. Next slide. So there were some neighbor concerns. I was graciously invited over to the Shams and to the Eldstroms home to talk about some issues that they wanted to share with me. And regarding 1217 Skyline, the Shams were concerned about privacy to both their home and to the deck space that they have outside their home, particularly from a window that was in our master bedroom. They also were a little concerned about the deck that was off that master and its relationship to their property. Likewise, the Eldstroms were concerned about the orientation of the house and the ability to see their deck and their home from the proposed home. So we took all of those comments to heart and made some pretty significant changes right off the bat that I'd like to share with you tonight. Next slide. So for the Shams side, on the left was what we originally proposed, and you can see the vertical window on the upper floor of the house. That's in the master bedroom. If you look to the right, you can see we've eliminated that master bedroom window altogether. So there's no windows in the master that look down onto the Shams' property from the upper floor, and no windows, as you can see, on the lower floor either. We also took the whole face of the house and pushed it back 1.5 feet to help reduce and minimize the mass and scale on their side. And then one of the significant changes was we removed almost in its entirety the deck off the master bedroom. So that's gone altogether. We can also propose some more vertical landscaping, both along the edge of the pool and on the lower floor deck. Next slide. Similarly, for the Eldstroms, the deck projection was a real concern for them, so we eliminated 12 feet of that deck and pulled it back in line with where the existing deck is currently, and likewise pushed the building back that 1.5 feet. Next slide. In this diagram, you can see in orange is the reduction of the house moving back the 1.5 feet, and in the greenish blue color is the reduction of the deck area that we had proposed. And in the purple, that's an existing section of deck that will no longer exist. That's going away, which I think will help with some of the privacy concerns as well. Next slide.
You want to sum it up?
Yeah.
Anderson, we can come.
Yeah. The last thing I'll say is that in speaking with Mr. Eldstrom as late as this afternoon, we had the idea that possibly extending, there's an existing privacy wall along his property line and ours that could eliminate any additional concerns he might have. So I'd like to suggest that we adopt that as an additional mitigation if it'll help. And I believe, we'll go to the next slide. Yeah, that's what that view would be. The red line shows the existing wall and the yellow would be the extended wall that would effectively block out our house from his property. And that was an image he created for me and sent it over today, and it was really helpful, and I appreciate him doing that.
Thank you, Anders. Okay, board, any questions of the applicant?
Just real quick. So in the email that Mr. Eldstrom sent, which was, I guess, today.
No.
Yeah, it was today that proposed that. So you're fine with his suggestion and making that part of the conditions of approval?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thanks.
The upper deck size that I know you've reduced it. Do you know what the actual general, like, not square footage, but is it 10? I know it's an odd shape, but.
You'd like to know the overall dimensions of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get that for you if you'll give me a moment.
Oh, yeah, no hurry.
Okay.
And then on the sham side, I know you're doing gardening along the, at a low rise. I don't know. I know there's a lot of trees there. Are those on their side or your side of the property?
Mostly on our side of the
Okay,
property.
so that's all going away.
Correct. And that's something, I'm sorry, to be clear, are we talking about the Eldstrom side? No, the Shams
Yep,
side.
Correct.
Or Sham, I don't
1217,
want
I
to say
think
that
it is.
incorrectly.
1217.
Yeah, the landscaping on the site would be eliminated and completely on our property, but then replaced with the lovely landscape that Michael Wilkes, who's here to answer any questions,
Yep.
is proposing.
But all low. None of that seems to be high. Like
Correct.
right now, there's a lot of.
Yeah, not high. That's right.
Okay.
But we could have additional landscaping along the pool wall if the board felt they needed it.
I might need to see those two images that you did of the deck change and that later at some point. I don't know when we do that, but.
Any other questions?
Yeah, let me, maybe we can come back to that if we hear complaints, but Anders, have you thought about, or your landscape architect, have you thought about what you can do? Because that's one of the concerns they expressed was the pool location vis-a-vis their living spaces. So what are you proposing? Because I didn't see it in the landscape plan.
Michael, what were you suggesting?
Microphone. Well, we had discussed possibly pulling pulling the house back. We'd also pull the pool deck and the pool back. And then we'd also looked at the possibility of adding some planting and eliminating the spillway if that was desired.
So how far the pool back and what kind of landscaping?
I think it was 1.5 feet, right? The house is pulled back. We hadn't specifically identified whether the deck would stay the same depth or whether we would reduce the depth of the deck, but we could certainly move the pool back that 1.5 feet.
So you have a visual of that?
There you go.
There it is.
Thanks, Wendy. Sorry for putting you on the spot there. Yeah, I did tell you to go to the end and I was wrong. My wife loves it when I say that. I was wrong. The wall below the pool there on the lower right has been indicated to have some additional landscaping. So that was, in response to some of the board member comments and some questions, we could definitely include additional landscaping there to soften the pool edge.
Okay, what about landscaping that creates a privacy screen to the next door neighbor? Is that something you're proposing or not?
I think it would be difficult to create total privacy. So I think we can use landscaping to create some softening and to create some layers which begin to give a sense of privacy. But if you remember being either at our property, the Eldstroms, or the Shams property. When you're outside, it's everything is very, very visible. Every other house, every other deck is quite visible. I think it would be difficult and unreasonable for us to be expected to create a privacy screen that eliminates the view of our deck when every other deck on every other house in that neighborhood is visible. So while I think we can include landscaping that'll help soften and create senses of privacy, I don't think that we can guarantee perfect privacy for anyone.
So Tom, are you referring to that second level where there's landscape on that second deck?
No, I'm referring to kind of creating privacy to the pool
Privacy
and
in
first level deck.
Oh,
That's what I'm
above
talking
it.
Yeah,
about.
so
Not
as
the
you can,
second
if you
level deck.
focus on the before and after, you'll see we did have a small planter at the edge of the deck within that sort of open window of the upper level deck. That's since been pulled back, but we've increased the size of the planter on the main deck level. And right now it's just a graphic representation, but that could be a larger planting there that provides that blocking because
How tall do they get?
well,
those plants?
this is just a rendering of what could be there. We
Oh,
haven't
you
selected
don't
any
know.
plants or anything like that. If
Can I-
it could be 10, but I don't think it needs to necessarily be 10. Most people's eyes are a little lower than that, and we'd have to look at the views, from the neighbor's property. But essentially, if we increase the size of the planting, on that corner there, then that's the point where you're going to visually see each other on a deck. After that point, you're in the pool, right? So you're not going to be walking on water, hopefully.
You never know.
Okay, Mr. Wiley, you have a
So as I'm looking at these two, yes, the reduction of the deck space is helpful, but the fact that on the original design, you had more of a privacy wall on that side, right? So you take one away, you're kind of creating a new element of conflict. My question is, could there be an architectural design feature that's more of like an eave trellis that maybe extends from the upper and kind of wraps and extends that gray wall further? That I'm not trying to design, you are one of the best designers, but where you're trying to use eave features and wall extensions that don't make the house bigger, but it creates the privacy element. Maybe it's louvered, whatever. I'd be reluctant from the perspective that it was pretty clear to me that Mr. Shams was worried or concerned about the appearance of the mass of the object being there. So adding more mass, I worry about, which was the goal of taking away the vertical wall, moving the deck over, and instead creating kind of a planter mass.
Yeah,
I think if we could do it with planting, it'd be my preferred method.
Okay. I got more the sense that privacy was the concern,
Mm.
not the massing.
Yeah, so
I mean,
did
it's
I
a
mean, their
balance,
house
but-
comes forward, so it's not really.
But again,
okay.
They can speak for themselves.
but let
But-
them speak.
Why don't we listen to the public commentary and we can come
Can I
back
just
to
ask
it?
one more quick question?
Yes.
The deck that's my concern is that upper deck.
Yes.
I know you took away the primary bedroom section.
Correct.
Mostly. But are you now jetting way out in that
No,
corner? Or
it
is that
sticks out.
an illusion?
It sticks out about 11 feet from the face of the house and then travels along the width of the living room space, the living, master dining,
Perpendicular?
the living, dining, and kitchen for about 47 feet.
So it'll be perpendicular, or does it kind of shift?
I was currently proposing it to be perpendicular as you'd seen it with us at the property.
Yeah.
I do have an alternative that I can show you that does have a little bit of an angle, and that might be preferred.
Uh-huh.
If you'd like to see it, I think I can have staff show us.
Oh, I don't know. She struggles. She's like, don't make me do that. So
Now go to the last slide.
Okay,
yeah, that's okay. I think that's really, to me, it's more about size. So
Keep going.
you said it was 10 by, help me out, Eunice.
let me make a suggestion, MJ. We have some public commentary,
okay.
which is going to address some of
Okay,
these
that's true.
issues. So
We can
let's,
get that.
Great.
let's hear what
Alright.
they say
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
and then we can make
Okay.
comments afterwards. Okay, let's take some public commentary in 1223 Skyline Avenue. Please come to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you for listening to us. Does it start now? Okay. So first, I would like to request complete staking. I know the plans have changed and they were incomplete with the previous plan as well. Judging size and scale and mass is very, very difficult without that. I also think I agree. Complete privacy is not to be expected outside. I'm not asking that. I have a modest request that I don't go from the most private lot to the least. I think there is some middle ground that can be achieved with some considerate architecture. I do appreciate that he offered a wall similar to Horst had, like on Design 5.3, had a privacy wall. That was beautiful. He made concessions for the other neighbor. I'm asking for maybe a similar concession on our side. My major concern is absolutely privacy, first and foremost, but that does not negate my concern for size and scale. There's definitely visual massing there. When you're downstairs, like even for my bathroom, between my shower and my toilet, if you take one step out, there is a full window that I can see where the future people will be peering from their deck. I don't know what the new plan has. I look forward to those stakes. My next thing would be, and again, that could be achieved with setbacks, privacy walls, anything. I don't trust that plants and landscaping will achieve the level of even a decent privacy. And to put that in scope, when you walk around, there's visual compatibility. I did not know they had a pool. I don't know that all the neighbors had pools. Even when I visit the neighbors' houses, there is a lot of privacy that is there on our strip of those 4 houses. I would like to maintain some of that visual compatibility with our neighboring houses, please. That being said, sorry, I'm nervous. Well, I get an extension time as well. Anyway, the waterfall, they offered to eliminate that. I am very pleased with that. Yes, please. Also, on November 6th, I don't know if it's relevant, but the current tenant did mention that they are moving to Texas, and then the owner, who owns a separate house, absolutely does not plan to move in. They are renovating to sell, if that has any weight. That was November 6th. There's also, I guess I'm done.
You have 30 seconds. You have 30
thank you.
seconds, yeah.
Okay, let's, I'm lost. The spa and pool, it is currently all the way left setback. Now it's moving all the way to the right, not just centered, but like in our area. I have a 3-year-old, as you saw earlier, he was so well behaved. But I really want to protect him and our future kid from any viewing of that property as well. So it's not just that our main quarters is a fish tank, but it's also that they can see into the majority of our house and into our bathroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, members.
Welcome.
My name is Arian Shams. I'm at the 1217 Skyline. I don't like this plan. It expands the square footage about 3 times about what it is right now. My first issue is with the mass and scale of this. The proposal, it maximizes the parcel. It takes over the entire parcel. And it replaces the natural setting and the open space that we've been enjoying from our kitchen nooks, from our living room spaces, our side deck. All of the greenery that's out there is going to be replaced essentially with this structure. When we walk out from our kitchen nook, there's a tall wall now. And with the elevation of this property, it's pretty substantial. Some of you have been there. It's a substantial wall right in front of us now. So we've been having remodeling ideas, and it eliminates options on the side of that house for us. The next issue that we have is a diminished view opportunity. So we can see Catalina from the sides of our house barely. Also within our kitchen nook area and a little bit of our living room, we can see the edge of Catalina if the trees are trimmed, The problem is with this house coming out, it eliminates that potential view, especially from our kitchen nook area. It removes it. We don't have that option anymore. So we want to remodel. We've been talking about remodeling for the last 2 years, and it eliminates that option for us on the side of our house. To see Catalina from inside of our house, not on our deck side. We can see it from our deck side. So it eliminates that option for us. The third issue, privacy. Privacy is a huge issue for us. It's biggest one, I would say. The top deck, the spa level, the pool level, all of those ends, somebody can peer right into our living room where we sit and we watch TV. Anyone could just look right into those windows. That's a major problem for us. We've expressed this. I didn't even know there was a pool over there until this last time we met with the architect. And we sent emails saying that we don't want a small setback. We want major setbacks of this property. 1.5 feet is very limited. So the proposals that we have, push back the entire property about 10, 15 feet. Just push it back. It's too much. The deck, looking straight into our living room space, push that back. Do not build a spa and pool deck right there. Maybe consolidate, pull it towards the center of the house. So it's not some sort of privacy issue where we're worried about people swimming and we could see them right over the side of our deck. Landscaping, we don't feel is a reasonable solution. We feel that there needs to be a more permanent solution. And that's basically it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Any other speakers?
Hello to those of you I've met. Those of you I haven't, my name is Vaughn Elstrom. I live at 1208 Coronado Drive on the west side of this property. I reiterate a lot of what Arian has just said, that the size of the structure may be too big for the lot. It was brought up that the lot on the other side of me, which is 1218 Coronado Drive, was 4,380 square feet. He has a 12,000 square foot lot, and when he went through design review 9 years ago, he wanted to build a 5,200 square foot house. Design review cut him back to 4,384, and their issues at that time were mansionization, too big of a house for the size of the lot, and second was the destruction of natural habitat, that there was no room for any of the natural habitat and those animals that live there. So he ended up with a much smaller house, and now this one is 4,400 square feet on a lot that's under 10,000 square feet. So I reiterate what he said. My biggest concern was the same as his, it's privacy. And at the time of the original design, the deck and the the residence itself had sight lines directly into our primary living area, not just our deck, but into our kitchen, our dining room, and our living room. With the adjustments that were made, the deck and the primary residence still have a sight line directly into our primary living area. I'm not as much concerned about the deck, even though I would still like to maintain some type of privacy there. But I would definitely want some adjustments to be made. I sent that picture out today that I took. My house, I didn't live in it at the time, but it burned down in the fire in '93. Either house on either side of me did not burn down. And when it was rebuilt, a privacy wall was put up to protect the views into their house and from their house into our house. That privacy wall is still there, and it protects us and provides our privacy 100%. My suggestion was that we extend that wall approximately 7 to 9 feet. I'm going to say 8 feet right now, as a possible solution to my privacy issues. It would certainly eliminate any issues that I have as far as looking into the primary residence. But I would need to see it staked, and I would need to actually go to the Russ House and look and make sure that that's going to be a solution before I could sign off on it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nazila Shams, and I'm living in a 1234 Anacapa. The street below the project is basically planning to make. My concern is about the scale of the project, because we recently have a very bad experience with a huge basically a mansion that built on a Coronado just in front of our house, that with a huge pool, and basically left lots of not only they removed the vegetation from our view, the debris that just, falling down constantly on a street and create a real problem, at night, when I come home. Sometimes, I see the huge rock basically on the street that come down. And I'm kind of concerned of another project with the same kind of scale. What would be the, result of the view and and the privacy, not the privacy, and the safety actually for our street that we are living to. So this is kind of, my concern of the scale of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers on this project? All right, Mr. Lassiter. Oh, we have one more. Got to move quick.
Thank you. I'm Greg Marcella. I'm at 1200 Skyline Drive, at the corner of Skyline Drive and Anacapa. We've lived in that property for about 32 years. I've enjoyed the look and feel of the neighborhood. While this project doesn't block my view, I can't see it from my house. But I'm concerned about the size and scope of the project. All of our neighbors, we all have natural vegetation on our hillsides. One of the reasons we've chosen to live here is for that. And what I'm seeing is a lot of these projects are being built to get rid of all that vegetation with these huge scale homes. And this is just yet another one that I'm seeing, and I would echo the concerns that my neighbors have expressed about the size and scope of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last one? Okay. All right, Mr. Lassiter, you have 3 minutes to rebut.
Thank you. If I could ask staff to go back to slide number 3. I do want to just direct your attention back to our survey of the neighborhood. I don't think that what we're proposing at 4,400 square feet on what is essentially a 10,000 square foot lot, it's 9,900 and change. So it's a very similar sized home to the recent homes that were approved and not so recent homes that were approved 10, even 15 years ago. I believe one of the speakers tonight called it a mansion, but I believe her home is 5,500 square feet. So I don't understand the call for it being too large. I've heard neighbors say that it doesn't affect their view, but they just don't like that it's big and that they're losing greenery on somebody else's property that they get to look at. I don't think that's a requirement for design review guidelines. Do you have greenery that other people enjoy looking at? We're replacing the greenery with landscape. It'll be a beautiful home. And I think we can mitigate the issues of privacy, whether it's with landscaping and a combination of some architectural walls on the side yard property line, and perhaps, as Board Member Weil suggested, an extension of one of the walls of the lower floor of the house. I'm confident we can solve the issues of privacy, and since there is no view concern, frankly, I don't know the view of Catalina that the Shams are talking about. They didn't show that to me when I was in their home. I couldn't see it. Between the existing house and Mr. Eldstrom's home that's in the way, I'm not sure which part of Catalina they're talking about, but I don't think that's their primary view. And I don't think the design of our home really affects anyone's views. So if I can solve the privacy and I can mitigate the appearance of mass and scale with the landscaping that we've proposed, I think we've got a project that's very compatible to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Anders. Just a couple questions, because the issue of landscaping, open space, from the project data, it looks like you're increasing from 2721 square feet to 2961 square. So there's more landscaping than what's on the current.
We are meeting the minimum requirement for landscape open space.
It's more than.
Yes.
Yeah, you've increased it by 200 square feet from what I'm looking at.
Caveat.
And the lot coverage. Go ahead.
If I could clarify, please, Chair, what you're seeing is the listing of what's required landscape open space, and ours is exceeding that.
Exceeding,
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. what's
Yeah, but
required
it's
as
exceeding
opposed
it
to
by
what's
more than
existing.
10%.
My,
So
my mistake. Thank
we're
you.
not just making it through, we're doing more than.
No. And the lot coverage is for 10,000 square foot is what, 31%?
It's 35%, am I right, staff? 35% required lot coverage?
No, what you're proposing, I should say.
Yeah, we're proposing 31%. So 35 is what's max at lot coverage. We're at 31.
31.4, yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Board questions?
I have a couple.
Tom?
Could you put up what you're proposing to do with the swimming pool, the landscaping and pulling back the upper deck? Put up that slide. I just have a couple questions about it.
That would be slide 10 in our presentation, Wendy. Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, so you're softening the front wall of the pool. You're pulling back the upper deck. How much you're pulling that back?
It was, okay, so the upper deck corner that's on the Sham side, we pushed that back more than 12 feet.
Okay, so the deck's going back 12
That's
feet.
correct. The upper
And-
floor deck was pushed back by 12 feet.
Okay, and then you're getting rid of the window
Correct.
on the deck side. Now, you heard, I believe they complained about having a privacy concern out of windows. There's two more windows in the further back, right?
Right.
Do those present any privacy concerns?
Not as they explained it to me. At their home twice, we met and talked about those. I offered to make them opaque, but they were in the closet and I forgot the other space that it's in. It is in the master bathroom and the master closet, but they're far enough back that they weren't a concern. If we need to make them opaque, we're happy to do it.
You want them opaque? Those are the windows, the only windows.
No.
Bring 'em up.
Why don't you come to the mic, please?
Yeah, come to the mic. I just want to make sure that we got the privacy concerns addressed on your side of the property. So he took out the window that's closest to the backyard. There's two windows that are further back toward the street, and that's it on your side.
Yeah, those are the windows that are on the sidewall, yeah.
Right. Now, do you want them opaque or not? Do you care?
Yeah, we would like those opaque. Our biggest privacy issue is the corners where the spa is. the
No, I
pool,
understand.
and all of
Okay,
that.
that's all I
But
wanted to
those
know.
two, yes, we would like.
Okay, so you're willing to make those opaque.
Thank you.
Then with respect to landscaping, I just want to see if we can work this out to get, what kind of landscaping can you do, tonight to provide more privacy on the Sham side to block off the pool and the lower deck?
Well, we're limited to what you can see in the image that's rendered there because we've got a fire access that goes along the side of the property and a property line wall. So we have basically two areas to plant. We can convert what was formerly a spillway around the pool into a planter. And I'm not sure what the height of that wall was, but my estimate is 10. Okay. And then we've got another planting area at the end of the main level deck that provides that privacy between the people that would be on the deck and the neighbors. I'm not sure what the dimension is in plan of that, but it appears from the graphic that it's going to be at least 4 feet by 4 feet, maybe a little larger.
Anders, would you be open to pulling back the lower level deck some and put in some real landscaping along the side there? Yeah, taller. I mean, you don't really need that side. The important deck is further down toward, where it widens out.
Yeah.
In other words, and we may need to come back for that, but I'm concerned about that. So I'd like to see a landscaping solution. You've got a pool that comes very close to their property. We'll
And
talk
we can
about that
even
when we get
push
to
that a
Liberty.
little over if we needed to, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, okay, I've got enough questions, but that's an area I think it needs a little work.
MJ, you had some questions.
I think I'll save a lot for my remarks, but just a quick question. Your staking plan, I'm looking at I think I'm reading, I just want to confirm. You show the old house and you show the new house, right? So that's,
Correct.
because it really gives you a sense of scale. It's essentially for the Shams. Well, anyway, it helps me see that it's really not that much different of an overall upper area for privacy or for size. So, okay, it's just angled different. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you.
Board Member Weil, you have any comments, questions?
done.
So questions or?
Questions? Okay. I think I had most of my questions answered.
I got
I
it.
knew I
Sorry.
waited too
It
long.
didn't come up. The tandem parking.
Yes.
Is it fully necessary on the site?
I'm not sure I understand your question. The home would require
3 parking spots.
3 parking spots. You're right, we could have one on the driveway that would count, I believe, staff.
Well,
We
I
need
mean,
3 parking spaces.
but why the choice of tandem?
The configuration of the garage, the way we've turned it perpendicular to the site, allowed us to have some length and depth to a garage that we don't normally enjoy when we have the garage facing the street and you're on a hillside and it begins to drop off quickly. So the tandem gives us the ability to have space for 3 automobiles completely off the driveway and off the street, plus 2 additional cars on the driveway.
No more questions. Okay, who wants to start with deliberations? Tom, I'm going to call, oh no, MJ's ready. Let's go.
It's going to happen whether I like it or not. So here we go. Okay. Thank you for working on this deck. I'm going to start with the upper deck. I need to make sure that you are only like 10 feet out. Oh, I cannot say numbers. I think you're fine. I think now that you've removed the primary corner, I would like that. I think that primary corner should align with your wall that connects to where the kitchen sink utility wall, that main wall, rather than be kicked out. Like, I don't really understand why that's, I don't know if you're putting a planter there but it looks like you've extended maybe 2 feet beyond the wall where the kitchen wall is. And that would eliminate even more concern there. When you step down to the next deck, I think if you could move the spa and the pool over enough to add in some taller trees, even if they're like, I don't know, things, pittosporums or your oaks, things that are soft and fluffy, but they get you a little less of all you see is a pool. I know that you said you needed the stairway for fire access but I think if you could give it a little in that depth there, you can add something. I don't know how much, if you need to build a tree, put a tree in or 2. So that would help to just give us a little there. I think it's really hard for you to fulfill what they had, the neighbors had with the greenery and with the privacy. I don't see any privacy issue. There is definitely, you will look at your neighbor from time to time. You will see people in the pool from time to time. But it's very in keeping with the other, over at the Elstroms, their neighbor, their pool is there. There's a little obscurity, but it's a beautiful pool and it's a beautiful architecture. So it's not like looking at an eyesore. So I think you've achieved that. I do think if you move the pool and spa over a bit, I think there won't be noise as far as mechanical noise. You've locked your mechanicals up, which is great. You can't really control how people live in their homes noise-wise. So I think that's a matter of just being neighborly and you can handle those issues. Lighting, I didn't really look at, so I might need to circle back on that. I think that was it. What else did I,
Okay, if you have any other additional.
I can come back.
Louis? Yeah, we can add. Mr. Weil?
Yeah, why don't I go? I've got just a few comments. I agree basically with what my colleague just said. I'd like to see it come back and deal effectively with the sham side. I would suggest you pull the pool back a bit, definitely pull the lower level deck back a bit, and put in some significant landscaping to block that out. And leave it to you guys to come up with something, but I want to remove the view of the pool and the lower deck from the Shams property. So, that's that. I think you've done the job with the upper level deck by pulling it back and removing that window. When you come back, also make the 2 windows opaque on that side. In other words, these are small tweaks. So let me deal with the bigger issues. I see this as neighborhood compatible. I drove the neighborhood. There's lots of big homes. And if anything, and this goes to really the Eldstroms, it's set back. Even with the Shams property, it's somewhat set back, and they're making effective use of their lot, like a lot of homes up there have. So I don't have a mass and scale problem. I have a tweaking to preserve privacy. I don't see any view equity issues. So with respect to the Eltram side, I think that his proposal in the November 14th email would be a condition. It's already minimal privacy impacts from the Eldstroms. I know you're not used to even seeing a piece of property in that location. You've had a beautiful side view. I think extending out the privacy all will resolve it, but it's part of, it could be Lewis, it could be right along the side of your property, which it is for, 90% of the homes there. So I see with the Eldstroms doing what they've suggested as an alternative, resolve the privacy concerns there, and the landscaping and moving back the lower level pool and the deck will resolve the privacy concerns and should alleviate some of the noise concerns. So with that, when you come back, I would be fine with the project.
Mr. Wow.
Yeah. I'd concur with the colleagues. I think there's a lot of good work and skill in this design. I think there was a lot of, the front of the house looks very inviting, very charming, is very neighborhood compatible from the street. The tandem parking, not the biggest fan of, but in this application, it can kind of work because it's kind of hidden. But I think as Board Member Gibbs discussed, really trying to work on a few more privacy elements for the Sham side, I think is the bigger key. I think the mass and scale thing, it's a hard one because the other homes are much bigger. And I think if the other neighbors were to develop, they'd be afforded the same availability to expand their homes in time. But at the same time, we still have to balance some of the existing privacy concerns that are there. Whether it's done with architecture features with more permanent structures, I think is the preferred method. And I'm not going to tell you how to do that. You're the designer, Anders. I've always been a big fan of your work. So I think you can come up with the right solve if just given the chance to do it. The pool suggestion of kind of maybe tweaking a little bit of that. I know we tweaked some of the decks, but I don't think there's a ton to do there, but I think it's more how the landscape fits and really provide some of that balance. It does go way down the hill. I don't know if it's required for staking, but it could be helpful if you put a few markers out there that kind of, where some of these elevated retaining walls are going to be, at least a couple of the corners. That could be helpful to help visualize and understand that if it's accessible through those, that foliage, but someone can climb in there. Other than that, like, I look forward to seeing what you can come up with. And I think you know how to fix this. So I'll leave it open.
Okay.
By the
Yeah,
way,
I
every
think-
time you've come back, Anders, with the tweaks necessary, you've come through. So we expect great things with this one.
I like my record of one and done. That's always my goal, but 2 and through I'll take. And
Well, you probably.
I think we can make some good adjustments, and I'll let you speak now.
No, I
Thank
was
you.
just going to say, Anders, I was ready to go ahead with the changes you've offered tonight, but I respect my fellow board members, their comments. The comments tonight from the public on privacy concerns, I appreciate you offering to address those. I agree. I don't think it's a mass and scale issue when you look at all the other homes in that neighborhood. By far, you're right in line with the rest of the comparable homes. And again, with view equity, I think most of the design review guidelines have been met. So with the changes that were suggested tonight, I think we have consensus that we can bring you back in January, February.
I'll leave that up to I'll give you the available options. January 23rd, submittals due December 4th. February 13th, submittals due January 2nd. Or February 27th, submittals due January 8th.
Could you tell me the second date in January, you said, please?
January 23rd, submittals due December 4th.
January 23rd, December 4? Yeah, let's use that.
Okay, you want to
That's
offer?
the popular option tonight.
Motion to continue item number 5.5 at 1223 Skyline Drive to January 23rd with the board's direction.
Second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Now, yes.
Chair Pro Tem Thalman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes for a continuance to the January 23rd, 2025 hearing. 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Well, that's, do we have any other business, staff? The only thing I'll add, I think at the next meeting, both Board Member Gibbs and I had a meeting with the architect group, and we were thinking we'd bring this back for discussion in December.
Yeah,
Is
I've
that-
gotten the comments from several people.
No?
We have a very full agenda on December
Ah.
12th, so maybe you want to perhaps consider in January,
Let's put
January
it-
9th.
You
Let's
okay
put
with
it-
January?
Let's do it for the first meeting in January.
January 9th?
And I'll just, I will pass the changes by you, make sure you're good with them. And then we can give it to them for the agenda. But I think we all are on the same page on the thing.
We
now.
got good comments from
Yeah,
everyone. Yeah.
Good comments. All right, good.
Okay, with that,
And just, I think we touched on it, not to go too long in date. I actually think what Board Member Gibbs brought up about the view equity with coastal development permit is something we really should get a
Yeah.
clear direction from council.
I will tell you from my
And it's
review,
something we should get quick.
well, from my review of it, let me make a comment. I have a huge issue with the ADU law in that ADUs are built without any review, regardless of impact on neighbors.
that's state
Here
law.
we have the ability to have some input, and we should take advantage of it.
Correct. And I believe the updated ADU ordinance is set to go to Planning Commission, I believe next week. Don't quote me on that, but quick, that's the first step. Then we'll go to council.
Next week, that'd be brought up to them if they're making policies on.
No, correct. Once again, it has to go to Planning Commission for their recommendation to City Council.
Right.
That's interesting. It goes to Planning Commission when it's a residential.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, that's a function of the government code that basically says
Yeah.
any change to the zoning code. Now, of course, if the council in its prerogative wanted to remand it to you all for review, that would be their choice.
It seems like we get them in every
Well,
single
since I have you here, I kind of would encourage you guys to look at this again, because if that is a finding that we can make, then it's our interpretation of that language. We don't need any guidance from anyone else. So the question, this is one thing I talked to Patrick about, is that if there is visual issues regarding a detached ADU, the question is, should it be decided by the planning director, or should that always come to DRB?
But it seems
so
to
that
be
we
a
can consider
policy
it?
issue though, too, as well.
Correct. And so that, and sorry,
Yeah.
Matt, if I may.
Go ahead.
So that exact question will be.
That's a policy issue.
Will be teed up, right, for the city council to say, how.
But if it gets back to us on another project where we can decide the visual aspects of an ADU that might impact neighbors, I'd like you to seriously consider whether we should exercise that. So, and it's up to you guys. I mean,
Thank you.
it's not.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate your
It's
counsel
not
on that.
rhetorical. It's
No,
just-
I appreciate your counsel on that. It was a surprise. So,
I knew it'd be
Yeah.
a surprise, but I couldn't
Well,
really talk
and
to you about
I
it before.
I was going to wait and do that off of record, but I was going to say to you, I was going to scold you in a loving way, Tom. I think that's something that could be brought forth as something that is not Brown Act issue that could have been sent out to Wendy or us prior, highlighting that. Is that not?
Yeah,
something-
understood. If that was my mistake,
No, it's not your
Well,
mistake. It's his
also, I
mistake.
saw it. I talked to
'Cause
Patrick
it was
about it.
derailed us,
And we
so-
kind of came, I mean, I can't came up, well,
It's something,
No, board member, you're, yeah,
out, just keeping you.
yep. Your point's well taken.
yeah, but it does need to be clarified. for
and I
sure.
can understand why everybody was a little
Okay.
uncomfortable. I'm a lawyer, so I don't have a problem.
We're going to adjourn to December 12th.
Second
Got it.
that.
24.
Nice job, Chris. Thank you.
I am glad it's over.